Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today we continue our book study on Gareth Knight's A Practical Guide to Qabalistic Symbolism. We enter into Section 2, The Greater Mysteries, the Paths of the Individuality. And in case you didn't know, the individuality is the occult word for the higher self. The individuality is the occult terminology for what we would call the soul. So remember, there's three parts to the being. There's the physical body, there's what we call the soul, then there is the spirit. What we know of as the lower self, the human, that's going to be the personality, right? And that consists of the physical body, the ego, the memories, that sort of thing. On a higher octave, we have the soul, we have this individuality, and this is the aspect of the self that is timeless. It is outside of incarnated existence. So not only is it outside of incarnated existence, it persists from incarnation to incarnation. So in other words, you can think of each one of your incarnations, your physical bodies, as fingers, right? Attached to this giant hand, which is attached to this arm, which is the higher self. And of course, even the higher self is attached to this great body that we know of as the spirit. Spirit moves through all things, spirit moves through all things, spirit moves through all things. Anyways, we've covered pretty much everything about that first part, the lower self, the physical body. Now we are moving up into the higher self. So let's get dangerous. Part one, the structures of the individuality. So, exactly how is this soul put together? Well, I tell you what, this is some advanced science. And, when you think about advanced science, you're thinking this is going to be something that is going to be challenging to the intellect, challenging to the ego. Well, that's not what makes it advanced science at all. To talk about advanced science is to talk about the aspects of reality that are not dependent on you and your current experience. Now, that's going to be very difficult for most people to grasp because how can you think about reality without you in it? How can you think about reality beyond your small, limited existence, right? So, most everyone's focus is going to be on themselves and on their current time period. But the advanced information is dealing with that which persists above and beyond your individual experience. Check. I see everybody ain't qualified for that subject matter because they themselves don't know or haven't tapped into experience beyond their physical, individualized. You know what I'm saying? Part one, structures of the individuality. So if you can wrap your head around this, and it's like I said, it's not intellectually challenging. That's not what makes it advanced. What makes it advanced is that your qualification here is that you can float in those territories where you don't exist. That you can float in those territories where you don't exist. What do I mean? You. You is the idea of you, the concept of you, what you think you are. If you can remove yourself from the equation, then you can take this information to heart. So, peace and greetings to all my favorite people. So glad to have you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're covering the 20th path. And in case you didn't know, the 20th path is going to be me looking into this mirror here, the hermit, solo dolo, right? The one, the only. This is where we at. How many people have an idea of what it feels like to be on this path? Surrounded by people. surrounded by voices, yet alone. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it because I have a feeling that some of you do know what that path is all about. Peace, peace, Lisa. Welcome, welcome. The real Coop de Villain. Peace, peace. Etheric. Peace and welcome. Cool avatar. Rose of Flame. Peace, peace. Welcome, welcome. Glad to see you here. Sunshine Chick, always great to see you. Good evening. Good evening. Ashley B, peace and greetings. Welcome, welcome. Tian Pomeroy, peace, peace. We in here, we in here. Zero, peace and greetings. Good evening. Hey, you know, my cousin just got back from a cruise and they touched down in Mexico. And he had all sorts of things to tell me about the spirits that he was able to interact with down there. He said that y'all have a whole lot of trickster spirits, whole lot. And he told me about some of the rituals that they do and some of the performances, and they greet people in the costumes and stuff. But anyways, peace to you across the pond. J.E. Colley 1101, peace. Welcome, welcome. Hope that you stick around and learn something useful and appropriate. Synergy back in the building. Nice profile pic. The mental goddess. Peace, peace. All right, now we in here. Chicanos fighting for higher learning. I'm done playing outside. Travis Magus is on TV. All right, all right. Well, you know how it goes. I will not disappoint. Your time will certainly be well spent. Because it ain't me. It's the light that sparks between me and this information and you. Ah, I recognize that symbol from a different author. All right. All right, all right. And to anybody else who I didn't mention, peace. I'm glad to have you here. Most certainly, I appreciate you. I'm grateful that you're spending your time getting this mental technology, this spiritual technology. Monica Lawan, peace, peace. Nadraj Ram, peace and greetings. All right, so let's get it. Let's get it. Hinder, peace. The 20th path. All right, so just in case you missed it, we have shifted into the whole next octave. We're no longer on the physical body, we are on the soul. So anybody who's like, what's the soul? No one can define the soul. Or even worse, I felt that in my soul. My soul hurts, right? They're stripping my soul away. They're taking your soul. They're trapping your soul. All that complete, utter nonsense. Nobody can do anything to your soul. Hell, you can't even do anything to your soul. Barely. So let's get down to the real Will Smith. Sometimes I'ma act bizarre. Right, let's get down to it. The 20th path. Tiphareth to Chesed. Tiphareth to Chesed. So we're on the right side of the tree. From Tiphareth going on up to Chesed. The key, Yod, the hand. Spiritual significance, Virgo, the virgin. Theory, prophet of the eternal. Magus of the voice of power. Right? This shouldn't be the first time some of you have heard this. Colors, yellowish green, slate gray, green gray, plum. Look at those colors there. What does that bring to mind for you? What does that bring to mind to you? Slate gray, yellowish green, green gray, and plum. Very earthy colors, right? Very earthy colors. Synergy said vegetation. Absolutely. And not just any vegetation, right? We've got fruit. We got fruit. Because that plum, that purple, that's a very juicy color in nature, right? That's not going to be something dry. That's typically going to be something that's full of deliciousness. There are exceptions, of course. And of course, we're talking about Virgo, an earth sign. The text. The 20th path is the intelligence of will and is so called because it is the means of preparation and all, excuse me, it is the means of preparation of all and each created being. And by this intelligence, the existence of the primordial wisdom becomes known. By this intelligence here, the existence of the primordial wisdom becomes known. So think about this now. There's a primordial wisdom. There's a primordial wisdom. So all y'all out there who are in love with dragons and you're in love with this serpent energy and you want to deal with the deep, dark, spooky dragon force, will understand that the dragon is a symbol of this primordial energy that's being mentioned here. And notice how we only start tapping into the primordial energy once we get to the soul, the ancient soul. It's through this path that that dragon becomes known. Could it be that this is why we typically see the archetype of the wizard looking like this? Because the wizard is the one who's tapping into that primordial force? Glass Moon 219, peace. All right. So, one, Tiphareth is the central Sephirah on the tree of life, and so represents the focusing point of the whole being of man in manifestation. The focusing point. It is the balancing point between the two aspects of force and form in the individuality. That's Geburah and Chesed. You guys know that? The red sphere and the blue sphere. They are force and form, respectively, balancing each other out by Tiphareth. So Tiphareth is holding the balance of the entire tree. This is where you get the original image and symbol of the power of the cross. So you can see Christ up there on the cross, but instead of suffering and bleeding, right? There's also a version where he's holding it together, much like Atlas, the ancient Greek Titan, I believe it was, Atlas, where he's holding the entire world on his shoulders, on his back. You can kind of see Christ like that, holding and balancing the two opposing, not even opposing, but complementary forces of existence, the cosmic masculine and the cosmic feminine, force and form. All right, so Tiphareth is the central Sephirah of the tree of life and so represents the focusing point of the whole being of man in manifestation. It is the balancing point between the two aspects of force and form in the individuality, Geburah and Chesed. It is also the link between the individuality, the higher self, the soul, and personality, the lower self, the ego. So it's the link between your higher self and you. That's why Christ is the way, the path to the Father, the truth, the light, and all that, so on and so forth. You got to get past your emotions and start looking at the symbology here. Jax, peace, peace. No face divination. Peace and greetings, my friend. I missed your question, Zero. You said what part did he go? I'll have to ask him. He's not here right now, but I'll ask him and I can shoot it to you in the Instagram. Rosa Flame says, why you think I'm always backing up the Christians? Hell, me too, right? Well, not the Christians, because I don't really support any group of humans, but Christian ideology in its true form, in its esoteric form, right? I can see what Christianity is supposed to be doing. Now, the people, on the other hand, I'd rather not deal with anybody. But yeah, me too. Rosa Flame says, only way to the Father through the Son. Exactly. Literally, right? Tiphareth. Synergy says Archangel Raziel rules this path. Is that so? Archangel Raziel is known as the Angel of Mysteries or the Keeper of Secrets. His name Raziel translates to Secrets of God or God's Secret. Yes. He's associated with hidden knowledge, divine wisdom, and esoteric truths in various spiritual traditions from a Google search. Okay. I've always known Raziel associated with Hakma, but I'm sure each of these paths have archangels. But typically, we associate the tunnels of Set, right? These cliffotic tunnels of Set with the paths, but I'm sure that there's an angelic um, representation. I don't know, something to look into. All right, so we get the point. Christ in the middle, the sun in the middle, Tiphareth in the middle. I want to holding it down and holding it all together. Holding it all together. Adam, peace, peace. Chicano's fighting for higher learning. Truth bomb. I'm jealous of Zero's relationship with Trav. That's my teacher. Now I'm playing Sub Zero. Oh no, no, man. It's not like that. It's not like that. I try to be equal and fair with everybody if I can. All right, so it is the link between individuality and personality, the central point of the Doth Yesod magical circuit. So Doth, Chesed, Geburah, Tiphareth being the individuality half of the circuit, and Tiphareth, Netzach, Hod, and Yesod being the personality half. Let's get a visual with this, because without a strong visual, these are just words. Now I know what's going on, but if you don't have a picture of the tree of life in front of you and you're not that familiar with it, see what I'm saying? There you are. Mystical Kabbalah. There we go. So check it out. We got this tree of life right here. At this point, you should have this memorized. But I mean, that's what I would say. If you don't, I'm sure you've got other things going on in life, right? Things more important than this. So what's it say here? So we're talking about it is all, well, first of all, Tiphareth is the balancing point between Chesed and Geburah. So you see this triangle right here. This is the soul. This right here is the lower self. Here's your body, of course, is the physical body. And this will correlate with your mind, your ego, your creativity, right? Your logical thinking, all that stuff. That's this triangle. Now we're moving up here to this higher self triangle, the soul. The soul. And you got to think about this now. When you think about God, right? Nobody knows what God is. You can say that you do, but nobody knows what God is. Right. Now, I'm not saying you can't have a relationship with God. I'm not saying that it's invalid. Of course, you have a relationship, especially if you've been working on it. But what you have is an image that you've created in your mind. And that image is a space that is filled by the highest light that you can attract. Do you see the difference? So in your brain, you've built an image of what you think is the most high, whatever, the most high God, the most high, highest self, whatever. Now, that's an image that's created. That image is now filled with divine light, the highest level of divine light that your karma can afford. And that divine light begins to move on your behalf, right? God operates on faith. Now check this out also. You need to listen to this, especially if you need a miracle. If you need a miracle right now, you need to listen to this. God moves on faith. So what's that mean? Right? Faith is not blind belief. See, there's different types of data, different types of awareness on the human being, right? Now, down here is down here is where everybody is, right? The masses of asses, quite literally, because this level represents the anus and the feet. The masses of asses, physical body, animal mentality down here. Now, this up here would be the highest that man's intellect can go. This is the highest that man's intellect can go. So this is your logical thinking, your creativity, and your imagination. Now here's you doing all that human stuff, but what's it based on and founded off of? It's based on and founded off of the experiences that you get down here. So everything that you've gone through in life physically, you've built meaning out of it. You built memories out of it. And you kind of formulate a map of how reality works. And for the most part, you operate on that. But you know, people can say, People can say, oh, I believe in a higher intelligence, I believe in whatever, whatever. That's fine, that's valid, right? It doesn't matter what you call it. It doesn't matter because it doesn't have a name, right? So, people don't go to war over God. They go to war over money and land and resources. But they tell the peasantry and the lower class people that it's about God, right? Because that's what's going to move the people. Anyways, what we do here is with this Tiphareth center, we use our imagination, right? Because the magic happens on the middle pillar. We use our imaginations to create a vessel, to create an image, to create something that symbolizes and represents divinity. Our best conception of divinity. We build that in our heads. And since we've built that, we've carved out a new channel for this light to pour down into our image. And that image now can work on our behalf because we believe it. It can work on our behalf because we have a connection to it, right? We have a connection to it now because we built one. People who haven't built a connection to God and haven't strengthened it, well, they don't have that direct line. So anyways, whatever you call the Most High, whatever you call God, whatever you call your higher self, your soul, any of these terms for the higher intelligence, this is where you're operating. This right here is where you're operating. Whether you call it Jesus, whether you talking to God, Allah, right? Shiva, whatever you dealing with, this is where you at. This is where you at. So what happens is when we're operating on the carnal mind, when we're operating on the physical body, and earthly experience, we're pulling from our memory. We're pulling from things that we know. We're pulling from what we predict is going to happen based off of the past. But see, what faith is that over time and over experience, you've developed a relationship with this image that you've crafted. You developed a relationship with this image of the Most High. And since you've developed a relationship, you can start to understand through time and through experience how this intelligence works. You can begin to recognize it operating in your life. Because if you don't spend time with it, you're not going to be able to recognize it. Does that just make plain sense? If you don't spend time with that image of the Most High that you've created, you won't understand how that energy flows through your life. So the more time that you spend creating this image and connecting with this image, the more you can understand the language it speaks, the more you can understand its movement patterns, etc. And what faith is. What faith is trusting in the movement of this higher intelligence, trusting in this more than you trust in this, right? You're trusting in the potentiality more than the past. Yes, what happened in the past actually happened, and yes, it could happen again, right? And yeah, your concept of the world makes sense. However, you also have a link to something that is what you call supernatural. You also have a link to something that operates above and beyond the rules of the world that you know of. So when you lean on this for strength as opposed to this, what you're doing is you're operating in faith and you're building, you're giving substance now for this energy to move in your life. You're now making room for miracles. You're now making room for, you know what I'm saying, things to happen that are beyond you. Does that make sense? Let me know if that makes sense. Fat Tony in the building. Peace, peace, my friend. Ace in the place. Peace, peace. Peace, peace. Let me know if that makes sense. Etheric says, isn't he the head of the Shemam Afarash? Absolutely. That's what most of the popular books will tell you. That's what that's how the capacity that I've worked with him in. Elash Eternal says it's my phone background. Nice, nice. The Lucifer Sigil is my phone background. Witchy Crafter, peace and greetings. Good to see you. Good to see you. Peace, Kristen. Hope to talk to you soon. No, we will talk soon. There's no hope. We will. Karma can afford. You caught that. Alkalinity Light says, I believe in Jesus. Yeah, right? Me too. It's a valid thing to believe in. Kenneth Moradi says, imagine not acknowledging Muslims' war on Jews. Yeah, we don't do that over here. Coop TGS, peace, peace, the triad as a cup. Exactly. That's the metaphor, my friend. Ah, it is a wine cup. Right, right. Jack says, this is one of the greatest explanations I've ever heard in my life. Well, damn. So, what is higher than the image of six supposed to look like in our mind and imagination? Well, that's the thing. It doesn't look like anything. There is no look. Um, as this book and other Kabbalistic texts have said, this whole notion of look and see, that stops here. Like, remember what I said about the cognitive mind? And that's a great question, by the way. Your imagination right here and your logical mind, your creative mind, this is where you see. You don't see any of this. This is operating above and beyond the five senses. That's why it's called metaphysical. Meta meaning it's above. Look, literally, it's above. It's above and beyond. It's above the physical. So there is nothing to see, smell, taste, touch, or hear because there's no body up here. Here's your body. This is a whole different octave, a whole different vibration of existence. It's outside of time. So really what you're dealing with is raw data, raw cosmic data. It's raw cosmic data. It's the human mind that sees and thinks and processes. That whole thing that I just described, thinking and seeing and processing, that's the human mind. What you're dealing with is outside the human mind, above and beyond the human mind. So there's no see. However, like I said, what you can do is you create an image in your imagination, and that image is filled with the vibration of this stuff up here. That's the whole reason I'm saying this. Because we cannot see this, witness it, or interact with it directly, we create a proxy in our local imagination. And that proxy, that VPN, allows this higher self to interact on our behalf. WVT, peace and greetings, my friend. Welcome, welcome. All right, so I think we got it. I think we got it. Uh-oh. Ray 636 in the building. Peace, my friend. All right, let's keep going. So, the whole reason I brought this out. There's another good question. Lisa Poyahegatama says, so any explanation of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is just projection. For the most part, yes, for the most part. The beautiful thing about Kabbalah is that we're dealing with a system of patterns, a system of replicating patterns and octaves. So there is, what's the word? Hmm. Yeah, for the most part, it's projection. But you can have what we call educated guesses. The same way that we are able to create AI, right? In a world where we cannot physically interact, but we use our educated guesses to create systems based off of patterns to cause real change, real effect, and real movement in reality. It's much like this software here. Building where we are blind, one of the most beautiful gifts of humanity. Your ability to communicate this stuff seems to get clearer and clearer. Much respect. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Okay, so here we go. Back to it now. I'm going back to the text. What does it say? So Tiphareth is the link between the individuality and the personality, right? So here's the personality, here's individuality, the higher self, the lower self. Tiphareth is the link between those two. So it also says the central point of the Doth and Yesod magical circuit. The central point of the Doth and Yesod magical circuit. Doth, Chesed, Geburah, and Tiphareth being the individuality half of the circuit. So this is the individuality half of the circuit. This is the higher self, the soul, the individuality half of the circuit. And Tiphareth, Netzach, Hod, and Yesod being the personality half. So here, this little triangle here, the mind, the human, the incarnation, the ego, the memory, the personality, all that. And then up here is the higher self. Notice how Tiphareth is what links the two, just like Tiphareth links both pillars. Tiphareth is linking Sephiroth, excluding the physical body, Malkuth, and the spiritual vehicles, the supernal Sephiroth, right? So these are the spiritual vehicles. In other words, the spirit, right? Spirit, soul, body. These supernal Sephiroth, these seven Sephiroth comprise the complete psyche. Tiphareth is also the midpoint between the spiritual levels and dense manifestation in earth. So the spiritual levels and dense manifestation, the midpoint. In view of all these factors, it is well called the mediating intelligence. Boom. All right. Doesn't hurt to have a little bit of a visual. We may get to the other path, but I might have a tendency to explain in depth. We'll see. Coop TGS says like two diamonds on top of each other. Interesting metaphor you got there. Like two diamonds on top of each other. Synchronicity's going crazy, huh? The real Coupe de Villain says, so the point is to manifest or reach Kether, a projected goal. Um, so the point is not to reach Kether. Kether has never gone anywhere. Um, the point is largely to realize that you are not matter. That you are not matter. You don't matter. See, the whole issue here is that we've got consciousness and matter. And the reason that reality is an illusion is because consciousness believes with everything it's got that it is matter. So it's wrapped up and tangled up in matter. And we refuse to let go. Attachment. And attachment affects us differently on all levels. Um, I was working with an individual early today who had a vision of his father being tortured in hell. There was this entity that was stabbing him and poking him with this sword, and his father couldn't leave that circle. Couldn't leave the circle. The person that I was working with, in their dream, this was actually happening in a dream. They went to step in on his behalf, and they said they felt that stab of the sword, and it was the most excruciating thing that they could ever even imagine. Like, it was so bad it woke them up. And we got to talking about, the different things that this could represent. And that's the thing. Even in this realm of us not having a body, right? Because see, this whole thing about this mythological hell or mythological heaven, they don't exist. What exists is our attachment to these concepts. So the whole idea of consciousness refusing to let go, refusing to release the body, this is where this idea of hell comes from. The elements can't leave the circle. It's the elements that are feeling the pain. consciousness can leave at any time. Consciousness can release, can surrender, can let it go at any time. But what happens is we believe that we are these forms. We believe that we're the body. We believe that we're our memories. We believe that we are our karma. That's why we are served it. So the point isn't to get together. The point is to realize that we were never in Malkuth. That's much harder, ain't it? See, when you're striving to go to Kether, you got a goal, and it makes sense to the logical mind. What doesn't make sense to the logical mind is the fact that this isn't even happening right now. This ain't even real. This is an illusion. That means that this is not what it seems. Because look at how much effort and how much work it takes to sustain this. And look at how easy it is to die. Look at how easy it is to cease to exist. It's easy. Alkalinity light says the higher you go, the more simple it gets. It's easy. This is why we have to learn non-attachment while we're here. It's not about 72 virgins. It's not about walking on roads paved with gold. It's not about singing holy hymns for the rest of eternity. It's about letting all this stuff be where it is because you got nothing to do with it. Luz, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Praise Jesus. Amen. Lisa Boya Higatama says Sheol is the slavery of the body. Some call it hell. And that's the key, the body, right? Like I said, you are not the body. So if you don't realize that you're not the body, you're going to burn right with it. You go through the experience of suffering and pain because that is the process of consciousness being ripped away from its attachment. Ripped away. So it's going to feel like suffering. The key is non-attachment, to let it go before it's ripped, to surrender it. To surrender it. But easier said than done, right? Easier said than done. Now, 2, Chesed represents the first manifestation of the being in sub-spiritual space, sub-spiritual existence, and thus holds within itself the purest image of what the spirit should be in its manifestation as a human being in earth. In view of this, the Etheratic text calls it the receptive intelligence, so called because it contains all the holy powers, and from it emanate all the spiritual virtues with the most exalted essences. Okay, so with that being said right there, I think I see where this is going. So perhaps you were absolutely correct, Synergy. Perhaps you were absolutely correct. We'll see. We'll see what Gareth Knight has to say about this. Because right there he's talking about Chesed. Tim Pomeroy says, I see Cather like a clean slate, wise baby. Yeah, yeah. I think that image kind of resonates better than an old man with a long white beard. Yeah. Let's keep going. All right. So, in view of this, the Etheratic text calls it the receptive intelligence. So called because it contains all the holy powers, and from it emanate all the spiritual virtues with the most exalted essences. 3. The 20th path, joining Tiphareth and Chesed, is therefore the link within the individuality, giving the vision of what the pattern of destiny is. What the pattern of destiny is, which pattern stems ultimately, of course, from the spiritual levels. Real quick. So, look, we are talking about the path that connects Tiphareth, and we just talked about Tiphareth as the center, the central pillar, holding everything together, holding everything in harmony and balance. As above, so below, from the left to the right, to the windows to the walls, right? From the window to the wall, Tiphareth is holding it together. Anybody ever play Twisted Metal? You guys ever play that game Twisted Metal, like the original one on PlayStation 1? There was a character on there named, I think his name was Axel. Was his name Axel? Where he was a dude, a bald guy, and he had on like, he had no shirt on and like a pants, and his legs and his arms were strapped to two giant wheels. And he's like rolling around shooting missiles and machine guns with these other killer vehicles. That's what I think of. I think of Axel, just this dude in the middle holding everything together. Yeah, Rosa Flame remembers. We're going way back. But Tiphareth is holding it all together. So at the very top, we're talking about undifferentiated consciousness. We're talking about untainted, pure, innocent God itself, right? God itself. And let me tell you something. Any of you who have ever meditated and reached a high state, specifically those of you who have done Taught with Shuddhi, and you've been able to reach that high point where you see Shiva meditating in his blue brilliance, just sitting there meditating, and there's literally no way to like disturb him or wake him up. That always kind of had me thinking, like, why is Shiva meditating and to the point that nothing can disturb him? And it came to me. It came to me on my last meditation. It all came to me clear. The reason is, as we float up higher and you see Shiva meditating, the reason why that's a symbol, right? And that you see Shakti dancing around him, but doesn't disturb him, doesn't wake him, is because you come to realize that you are just a thought of Shiva. You're a dream of Shiva, a dream of Vishnu. You are an imaginary passing bubble. So in the same way that your thoughts can't hurt you, the same way that your thoughts don't disturb you unless you let them, that your visualizations, your imaginations don't disturb you unless you let them. Imagine what we're doing in the presence of God. You're not gonna wake God up from his meditation. But anyways, um, what we're talking about here is this path that connects Tiphareth, the Christ, holding it all together, and here's the divine masculine, the very first image of incarnation, the very first image of incarnation. So out of that purity, one slight vibration down. So here is zero, right? Here is zero, infinite allness, oneness. And if you just barely move that vibration down, it becomes one. So it is manifested. This is the prototype. This is the expression of life within manifestation. So this path is what connects those two. The prototype of God connected with the prototype of God in man. God in manifestation, God in man. That's the path we're on right here. Check. Framestar Films. Peace and greetings, my friend. Lisa Poi Hegatama says, here's my take. The soul controls the mind controls the body. The soul is divine self and is the image of Elohim we are created in. Genesis 2:7. Absolutely, right? And this is why the Bible lines up with Kabbalah, because they both come from the same source. So, I mean, we believe the same thing in that regard. Cosmic inception. Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. It's as if God is looking into a mirror, which 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 is looking into a mirror. I can imagine it would be a little bit difficult to remove yourself from such a beautiful thing. Yes, we are just the thoughts of Shiva. Damn, Trav, that's so epic. It was epic when I saw it, man. Like I realized because you all, when you read about the mythology, Shakti is dancing around Shiva, right? And she is the most appealing and pleasing thing to behold. The most. Like there's uh nothing more engaging than the presence and company of Shakti. Yet Shiva does not move from his position. It's because she is a passing thought, a daydream, and so is everything else in existence. Even the Kabbalion backs this up. We live and move and have our being in the mind of the all. I'm talking about the mind of the all. We are a dream in the mind of the all. Anybody here has not read the Kabbalion yet? Who hasn't read it a million times at this point? Al Dickey, evening, peace, peace. That's my real name. Peace to you, brother. Peace. Been on the grill lately? Been throwing it down on the grill lately? Straight gems, straight gems. Lisa Poyhega says Elohim is in the masculine plural singular, El, being the singular and most high authority. The Im is the plural, the Im is masculine. Without the El, there is no Ohim. You already know. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. I wish I could swing by and grab a plate, man. But it's all good. Doing my vegan thing right now. All right. If you're learning something from this, if you're gaining light, go ahead and feel free to hit that like button. I know we're on the vertical YouTube stream, so I think you got to click up in the top right corner and tap something. I don't know. But hit the like button. It goes a long way. It lets YouTube know that my channel is worth watching. All right, so where are we at? The 20th path, joining Tiphareth and Chesed, right? So we're talking about God in the simulation and God within man, connected, right? Is therefore the link within the individuality giving the vision of what the pattern of destiny is, giving the vision of what the pattern of destiny is, which pattern stems ultimately, of course, from the spiritual levels. This pattern is the individuality's own idea of itself. Once again, God looking into the mirror, right? God looking into the mirror, and that mirror is looking into a mirror, and it goes on infinitely. So think about that. The pattern, because somebody asked earlier, right? She said the upper Sephiroth, those are all projection. Absolutely. But we're going in there with knowledge of the fact that this is all pattern based. Oh, Dickie says, hey, I can smoke some mean veggies and fruits, bro. Wow, I never really considered smoked fruits. Man, that's got to be out of this world. I'm going to get a smoker one day. Veronica Archaga in the building. Always welcome. Peace and love, Veronica. Not just love, I love you, Veronica. I hope you're having a wonderful evening wherever you are. And may everything your hands touch be blessed beyond measure. May everybody you come in contact with have a smile on their face when they see you coming and after you leave. Peace and greetings. Talking about Veronica here, man. Y'all gotta put some respect on Veronica's name. We're talking about a OG Magus. Peace to you, Veronica. So God is a reflection. God is our experience of God within this manifestation is a reflection of a reflection of a reflection. It is an eternal replication. It's an eternal replication. And what we're tracking, what we're studying here, what we're observing, and all the stuff that we're going through, it's us coming to recognize that pattern, right? So Tiphareth and Chesed. This path is therefore the link within the individuality, giving the vision of what the pattern of destiny is, which pattern stems ultimately, of course, from the spiritual levels. This pattern is the individuality's own idea of itself. Write that down, highlight that. Because look, I'm gonna just be real with you, man. I think they say that like we remember probably 10% of what we read and like 90% of what we actually practice. So, like, getting this information here, this is what I do. I try to find some way to express this information in my behavior. So, maybe I'll highlight something or take a note of what to look for moving forward, right? I'll do something with this information to where I can use it as quickly as possible. So listen, and all this right here sounds cool, it sounds great, but I'm gonna just be real with you. It's probably not gonna stick in your head unless you do something to anchor it. It can be as simple as making a note. It can be as simple as highlighting it. It can be as simple as thinking to yourself, maybe the next time that I'm talking with people, I should look at how everyone is an echo of myself or everyone is a pattern. And if I could track these you see what I'm saying? Like if you can figure out a way to squeeze this into your daily mentality, that's how you do Kabbalah magic. Otherwise, you know, let's keep going. This pattern is the individuality's own idea of itself and is the pattern upon which the individuality strives to mold its succession of personalities, right? So we got more than one. We got more than one, which in turn give the experience of dense manifestation upon which the individuality itself is built. Thus, this image is a kind of alpha and omega, a beginning and an ending at the same time. Hmm. The alpha image is the image of the spirit itself, inexperienced and unevolved. So right that right there, Tien Pomeroy, that's why I agree with you on your image of you saying that it's an old wise baby. Because when you talk about the spirit and the highest level, it is untampered with. It is unaffected. And the word that he used here is inexperienced and unevolved. The individuality tries to project a personality based upon this image, unsuccessfully at first, owing to inexperience, but gradually in life after life with greater accuracy and sometimes with different types of personality altogether to redress unbalances and development. AI just popped into my head. Eventually, it can project a personality just as it wants, which means, of course, that it has conquered or gained functional control of dense manifestation. Dense manifestation. Ooh. But all the hundreds of personalities built up through the evolution go to enrich the makeup of the individuality. And so the individuality can now hardly be limited to the simple image of itself that the spirit laid down at the beginning of time in this evolution. The image itself could be said to have evolved also to that of what the individuality should be at the end of an evolution, which we might call the omega image. Interesting. What does your omega image look like? The the evolution of you at the end of time. Thus there is the image of the beginning and the image of the ending, and the way in between is the way of individual destiny. In terms of biblical symbolism, the image is the beginning. The image of the beginning is the Garden of Eden, and the image of the ending is the heavenly Jerusalem, the way in between being the history of man. Powerful. So, what was just said there in that paragraph, in that verse? So, we're understanding that God, as we know it, is dreaming into manifest reality. God as we know it is outside of manifest reality. God is not here. This is a dream of God. This is an this is a projection of God. This is God looking into a mirror, staring into a computer screen, right? Looking into some medium, some matrix, and imagining himself, imagining itself, herself. And that is the pattern that it sets forth because that keeps happening. It continues to reimagine itself to the point that we have creation as we see it. And this includes trees and planets and stars and rocks and cats and everything. AI, everything. So one really cool part about what was just said here is that in the beginning, right, if we're gonna take time into account, in beginning, when this infant spirit came down into existence and decided to dream itself a body, imagine that first body. It didn't make any sense. It was probably weird and wonky. It was probably shaped like a bubble and maybe had like little, tentacles that come out, maybe with simple organs floating around in a tiny world, right? Imagine spirit and its first attempt at creating a physical vehicle. It was probably a little bubble shaped amoeba, right? With simple organs just floating around, eating each other, having sex, right? Oh, wait, that is how it began, isn't it? And as God has that experience, learns a thing or two, gains a little bit of XP points, and says, you know what? Let me try something a little bit different, right? Now we're swimming around in an ocean, still eating each other, still fucking each other, still gathering experiences. Let me try things as a reptile, as a lizard, right? Now we're gonna crawl around, we're gonna bask in the sun, we're still gonna eat each other, still gonna fuck each other, maybe lay some eggs, right? But this time we're gonna lay the eggs externally, right? Let's grow bigger and bigger. Let's stomp around. Okay, I have gained all the possible information from this. Let's try something different. But you know what? One of the things I liked about this reptile experience, let's keep that reptile brain and build some new stuff on top of it. So, in other words, this experience, this whole story like I said in the beginning of this chapter, it goes beyond you and your incarnation. When the history of my glory is written, your species shall only be a footnote to my magnificence. Oh my God. Incarnation after incarnation after incarnation is only trial and error and trial and error. And guess what? That process has not stopped. That process is still happening as we speak. What if there's a better vessel to experience reality through? What if there was a better vessel to experience reality through? I'll leave it at that. But anyways, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because at the end of the day, it was never it was never the incarnation. The incarnation, like I said, is just a finger attached to a hand, attached to an arm, attached to a body. Really, it's the soul that's behind the scenes, pressing itself into three-dimensional reality. Pressing itself into three-dimensional reality. So you want to talk about your past lives? Oh, I was King Tut. Oh, I was this, that, and the third. You were an oak tree, beloved. You were an oak tree. You were a protoplasm. You were an octopus. You were a piranha, right? You were a piranha. You were a slug, right? Right? Beloved, respectfully, take several seats. Oh, I was Malcolm X in a past life. Beloved, you were a camel, and that's why you're so thirsty. It goes deeper than what mainstream tells us. And we know that. We're all mature spiritualists or whatever we call yourself. We're all seasoned on the path. We're not TikTokers over here. We're not TikTok spiritual witches. You get the point. Let's keep moving. Great paragraph right there, though, I gotta say. Here we go. You were a sperm cell, beloved. You were an egg. An egg, right? And look at that. Like, look at the carryover. That's evidence, man. That's evidence. Look at the carryover. Look at all the things that we do that we inherited based off of successful patterns. You know why everything has egg and sperm? Because it works. Because it works. Somewhere in the cosmic history, prime there it is, primordial history for my dragon lovers out there, y'all dragon folks. Somewhere in this dragon age, it was discovered that sperm and egg is the best way to reproduce. So that never changed. Somewhere down the line, it was discovered that growing sharp ass teeth and biting into another creature and consuming it, that's the best way to gather energy and process energy. So it's, you see what I'm saying? Like, these patterns that persist are the ones that work. Now, the patterns that were tried and thrown out, those go to a place called the clip off, right? The patterns that are no longer, the bloodlines that were stopped, ceased, right? The evolutionary branches that were cut off, all those things still exist in in a realm of existence called the clip off. Tivetai, peace, peace, Wazam. Oh man, I just got a flash of that scene, alkalinity light. I just got a flash of that scene. Because in 2011, 2012, I might have said something similar. I would have said something similar. Unhand me, you peasants. We was gangs. I like it. I love it. This is a great book. Number four, in view of these factors, the meaning of the yet erratic text should be plain. The path is called the intelligence of will. Sometimes I'ma act bizarre. This path is called the intelligence of will, that is, the spiritual will. The relevance and true meaning of the axiom of Crowley, do what thou wilt, shall be the whole of the law, as applied to Chesed, was discussed in chapter 10 of volume 1. Anybody here scared of Aleister Crowley? Anybody here think that Aleister Crowley was an evil man and the devil incarnate? Watch Will, y'all. This is the bounce back. Keep your eyes on him. The spiritual will. Do what thou will, and let it be the whole of the law. As the Yetziradic text goes on to say, by this intelligence, or action of the spiritual will, the existence of the primordial wisdom becomes known. So, by this intelligence, the existence of the primordial wisdom, right, that dragon age wisdom, that wisdom that goes far beyond humans, that we're talking about primordial here. We're talking about that whole process I just said of spirit going through the trial and error of trying to figure out what bodies work best and how to gain experience, right? The whole evolutionary arc. Tivetai says, don't these patterns originate from non-corporeal things that they shape themselves around? Tits, teeth, brains, hearts, and all that jazz. Absolutely, right? And that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. The non-corporeal thing is the pattern of spirit that's being discussed in that third verse. That pattern of spirit reflecting itself, imagining itself in material reality. The data isn't stored in the material reality. Well, I guess you could say DNA, but the data is actually stored in these subtle planes, the etheric plane, the astral plane, these Akashic records. Yeah. And like I said, what works is replicated, and what no longer works is filed away and put into the back rooms of the Akashic records. Absolutely. Tibet Tai says, didn't Crowley open a portal to hell in an Egyptian pyramid using his butthole? I mean, that's common practice. Got a whole book about it, don't he? Does that make him evil? Does that make him the bad guy? Sometimes I'm a act bizarre. Did anybody hear the new Will Smith album? Watch Will, y'all. This is the bounce back. There you go. There you go. See, once you start seeing the symbols and the metaphors, you can't stop seeing them. This is how we do it. It's Friday night, and I feel all right. So, the primordial wisdom is, of course, the knowledge of the spiritual realities of the supernal levels. The knowledge of the spiritual realities of the supernal levels, that's the top three Sephiroth, and the continual contemplation of the true image is also obviously the means of preparation of all and each created being. For it acts as a guide to the individual way of evolution and the types of vehicle that need to be built up to follow it. Have we been left a clue? Have we been left a clue? He definitely did. You can still enter. Many will enter, few will win. Oh man. Yeah, Tevetai, you're gonna have to go to Egypt and report back to us with what happened. 5. Thus, the tarot card represents a hermit, a holy man. Now we get into it, right? A holy man bearing a lantern to guide one along the path. This image is a particularly evocative one and well repays meditation. It recalls to mind the picture of Christ as light of the world, and this light bearer of the tarot may be equated with the hidden or unrevealed cosmic mind of man, which serves to guide and inspire the soul in all its ways. It is in some respects a Doth figure. For this path, although joining two Sephiroth lower on the tree than Doth, has definite Doth characteristics in it, that it acts as a link between the spirit and the individuality. In some versions of the card, the hermit is preceded by a serpent, ooh, which is a symbol of divine wisdom. And in this, whoa, I get it now. That's why the serpent means divine wisdom, that primordial intelligence. Gotta love it. The light bulb came on. In some versions of the card, the hermit is preceded by a serpent, which is a symbol of divine wisdom. All right, somebody tell me why the serpent is a symbol of divine wisdom. Let me see if anybody else caught that lightning flash. And in this context is in the shape of the traditional Egyptian uraeus worn on the headdress of royalty, priesthood, and gods, and also suggesting by its shape the Hebrew letter yod. Gaia the Sage, peace. Gaia the Sage says, yep, Ouroboros and the Hindu Nagas. Tivetai says reptilian brain, maybe. Coop TGS says Ouroboros, serpent eating its own tail comes to mind in a new way. Yeah, man, something just clicked on about that serpent energy and this dragon stuff. Somebody talk to me. See, this is what I mean. You got to anchor this information so that it doesn't leave your mind as you move forward. Zero says the serpent is primordial even as a symbol, the ancient wisdom, even with the Kundalini. Yes, yes. Rosa Flame says flames of Kundalini. Yes, yes. Boom. Elastic Eternal says all I can think of is the serpent in the garden, having the knowledge of good and evil. Yeah, so think about the serpent and what we were saying about the reptile and what we're saying about um, the primordial wisdom. What is the primordial wisdom? The primordial wisdom is all of that information that the spirit was gathering and building in its previous incarnations before funky ass human beings started walking around the earth, not washing their ass properly. Before all that, there was so much of the story going on. Now we're talking about some Doth level gnosis here. Why do I say Doth level gnosis? Because Doth is the point of the tree where you can see the entire story from amoeba to wherever the hell the end of this thing is going to be. You can see the whole story. What is the whole story? The whole story is the evolution of experience, of God attempting to reflect himself perfectly in reality. You ever play a game where you can create your own character, right? Way back in the day, it was those early wrestling games, and you could like modify the wrestler to look like you, right? In all those games, what do you try to do? You try to make yourself in those games, right? You try to look and see if it's got the same hair. You try to make sure you get your little beard or your mustache or your nose or whatever your features are. You try to replicate yourself, but you're limited to the technology, right? And after a couple more years, a new game comes out and you're able to replicate yourself better and better. And this is what the spirit was doing in the manifest dimension, attempting to replicate itself. But see, spirit doesn't have a mirror to look into. In fact, the mirror that spirit's looking into, it has to make itself. I create myself from myself. You better listen to it. I create myself from myself. That's that primordial wisdom of the serpent. Hell, the serpent is as far back as we can remember. Um, Ashley B earlier said eldritch horror, right? That Cthulhu Lovecraft stuff. Hell, if you go back even further, those are some of the earliest vehicles for existence, right? That's what the serpent represents. The data that was accumulated during those processes. But see, the human experience, it seems long, but it's a blink. What did that entity say? When the history of my glory is written, your species shall only be a footnote to my magnificence. A footnote. So think about all that came before us, right? And we're here, we're experiencing it now, but we don't even realize that we're a part of a much longer chain of data. So the primordial wisdom is the wisdom gathered from that self-creation process. And to be one who invents yourself and invents your experience, you are behaving like God. And you should be getting receipts like God. You should be getting experiences like God, right? But what happens when you fall up under somebody else's paradigm and you start living your life according to what somebody else told you to do, right? Now you putting yourself under the umbrella of somebody else's karma. It goes deep. It goes deep. Be wise as serpents, right? So yeah, that would even tie into the shedding of the skin of the serpent too. So basically what I'm saying is that serpentine wisdom is the primordial knowledge that was here before man. Because you think about the Garden of Eden, the serpent was already there. So we're talking about an entity that has basically a living library, a living library, a living library. Coop TGS says don't identify with human perhaps, right? I mean, think about it. If you had the wisdom, If you had primordial cosmic wisdom, the first thing that's going to happen to you is you will no longer identify as human. I'm telling you. And what did the unfortunate say in the mystical Kabbalah? Didn't she say that when you start to reach them levels of Doth, you can't come back the same. You can't come back the same because what you know makes it damn near impossible to come back as the same. If you're seeing this process of evolution and you start putting two and two together, you start to realize that the actual thing that exists is not here in the physical plane. What we're seeing in the physical plane is an expression of that thing. So it would be the ultimate foolishness to identify with any temporary ass object on this planet, including your body. It's not something easy to understand. You can agree with it, but to understand it, you have to see it. You got to see it. And guess how you can see it? By looking through history. Look at the repetition. Coop TGS says also reptile brain operates automatically without conscious mind. Right, because you got to think that code, that program has been running for so long. Reality has damn near warped itself, bent itself for that code. The code don't even have to, it's automatic. Hell, it's a part of reality now. It's automatic because it's been running for so long. It has incorporated itself within existence. That's why things like roaches and parasite worms are so resilient. Viruses and all these other ancient things. They've been here so long. They have earned their stripes. You can't get rid of some of these things. Hell, if anything, they're gonna get rid of, they'll outlast us. We're the ones that have to get 1,000 shots, injections into our body as soon as we come out the womb, right? We start to die before we even come out. Nature's already trying to get rid of us. I'm telling you, our time is up as a species. Our time is up as a species. You don't have to like it, but let the stats talk to you. Let the receipts, let the stats talk to you. We're trying to prolong our time here, but hey, it's time to move out. But I digress. Coop TGS says, what if it's hard to make a breakthrough because you know deep down and don't want to let go of the human? I've been going through that for sure. Yeah, man. I mean, like, that's nothing to look down upon. That is the ultimate struggle. That is the situation, which is why it's so important to develop that relationship with the higher self. I'm telling you. Because, like what you said earlier, you said this is why the world teaches us to worship the intellect, pushing you in the wrong direction. Because we're leaning on that intellect, we're leaning on that body, we're leaning on the data gathered in this puny short ass existence when we could be leaning on a higher intelligence. I gave the example earlier. Remember the diagram with the soul as that middle triad? That higher self contains that primordial wisdom. The higher self knows the pattern, it knows the codes, it knows the rules of the game, it already knows everything because it's been here. Who are you going to trust, bro? Are you going to trust yourself, or are you going to trust that thing that you're a part of, a small part of? An extension of the soul. You're an extension of. So the way that you get out of what you're describing there is by spending time with the soul so you can understand how it moves. You can understand the soul's rhythm. You can understand what the soul is. And once you understand it, you can learn to trust it and you get to learn to walk on faith. And that's how you get out of it. All right. Cold Blizzard Wizard. Cold Blizzard Wizard. It's a nice username. Fasting and prayer, Matthew 18-21. Let's keep going. Janae Owo, peace, peace. Good evening. Good evening. Rose of Flame, I like how you greeted him at the door with the sword. You greeted him at the door with the burner. Got my eyes on you, bucko. Pork Hill, peace, peace, my friend. Welcome. It's a good night. It's a good night. Even though it looks rough, folks, even though you might be going through a hard time, spend some time with your soul. I guarantee you that primordial wisdom has the answer. I guarantee you that primordial wisdom has gone through something far more difficult than anything you could ever be going through right now. Guaranteed. Maybe spend some time in meditation. Maybe. Right? Because usually when people talk about the soul, it's so vague. You know what I'm saying? You think that you're having to go out on blind hope. But the thing is, you're dealing with data sets. You got a data set of what you've been through and your memories and what you think and believe about the world. And then you have a data set that is coming from a metaphysical level, a data set that is coming from a level that is chock full of experiences of this incarnation and many, many more. Right? 5. So we talked about the hermit card, the light of the world, and how the hermit card is preceded by a serpent. And the serpent, right, is a symbol of divine wisdom. We talked about that primordial wisdom, all the data of God reflecting itself. T-Town Hustler, peace, peace. Zero says, recently after being struggled all my life about romantic relationships, yesterday I came to the conclusion that woman I was always looking for is in reality inside myself as the voice of my soul. I just don't look in the correct direction all this time. Absolutely. And you know what I'm saying? To be honest, that's how it is for all of us, right? That love that we are desperately searching for externally, it's inside of us. And what most people do, right? Because somebody might make fun of that. But the truth is, that's the most clear headed way to go about things. Because what's the alternative? The alternative is you're searching for that within other people. And what happens is you try to choose somebody that you think is going to represent what you've got inside of yourself. And then when they start to not represent that anymore because they're their own individual person, not your projection, that's when the relationship ends, it breaks up, and everybody gets upset at each other. And then you go to the next person that you try to force and project your image on top of. And the cycle repeats. You keep looking for something that isn't even outside of you. The ironic thing is, once you find it in yourself, it becomes so much easier to find it outside of yourself. Evolutionary pressures. Elastic Eternal says that's why that twin flame stuff had everyone messed up, but it's an inner union. Exactly. Exactly. I'd never co-sign that twin flame stuff. That was some ego stuff. Ego stuff. But you know, hey, some people have a good no, fuck that. Ego stuff. I ain't even gonna sugarcoat it. Gaia the Sage says primordial wisdom. Sophia is wisdom and Barbello is the first emanation. A real chicken and egg problem. Vigorous Wolf says if one lacks love for themselves, they will never find it in the outside world. Absolutely. That too, right? Rosa Flame says, waiting for Christ or the good guy aliens, right? That's the problem with the masses of asses. It's as if they're completely blinded to themselves. Why? Right? Because the fundamental issue, consciousness believes that it's matter. So in that predicament, you'll always be looking for God outside of yourself, waiting for the good guy aliens to show up. I remember when Brother Panic first said, when I first heard Brother Panic talk about this purgatory level, and he said that there are churches all throughout that purgatory level of people in having church service for all eternity, waiting for Christ, in purgatory, waiting for Christ because they spent their whole lives waiting for Christ. Their belief is that they're waiting for Christ to come save them. You get what I'm saying? So it never actually happens. That's just what they're believing is going to happen. That's why you got to be that's where you have to be meticulous about what these mantras are that you're saying and these affirmations that you're saying. Waiting for something is different from having something or being something. Wait a minute now. Uh-oh. What's popping tonight? 6. The hermit bears a staff, usually said to be the staff of faith, or that mentioned in the 23rd Psalm, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. The 23rd Psalm. 23rd Psalm. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. This psalm also gives another level of significance of the path in the words, thou preparest a table before me. The preparation of a banquet is a profound mystical symbol occurring in Rosicrucian, Christian, and pagan literature. The main Christian example is the Last Supper, where the Christian sacrament was first given. Again, we have an emphasis on a beginning and an ending. The prime legendary instance is that of the Round Table of King Arthur, which is a great cosmic glyph. Remember, this author is an expert on the King Arthur legend. But the Round Table of King Arthur, which is a great cosmic glyph in its deeper sense, and is well aligned with Chesed, as well as Chokmah. The aim of human evolution is the assembly of kings in equality and diversity about a common center. And that, of course, is the symbol of Tiphareth, right? The archangel energy of Tiphareth. 7. The esoteric titles of the tarot trump, again, reveal reference to the beginning and the ending of evolution. Prophet of the Eternal indicates the seeing into the future state, to the point where time no longer exists, but becomes eternity, right? So that's the prophet of the eternal. And remember, this is why I said that to understand the advanced spiritual information, it's not about something that's going to be tingling to your ego or tingling to your conscious mind. The advanced information deals with the primordial. It deals with the experiences above and beyond your incarnation, right? The soul. things that are happening before, above, and after your experience here. Most people can't expand past that. So when we're dealing with the prophet of the eternal, right, the prophet of the eternal indicates the seeing into the future state to the point where time no longer exists but becomes eternity. Magus of the voice of power reminds one of the beginnings of evolution when the word came forth, not only macrocosmically but microcosmically, in the individual words of all the divine sparks that make up the human swarm. There we go. I love it, man. I love it. Alash Eternal, you're on it. You are on it. Shout out to the cosmic doctrine, right? Shout out to the cosmic doctrine. 8. The key to the path is the Hebrew letter Yod, the first letter of the supreme divine name, Yod He Vav He, Jehovah, which signifies the first beginnings of things. Its signification is the hand, and this path represents the hand of God, or the hand of the Spirit, guiding the soul on its evolutionary way. An alternative meaning is the male sperm, once again signifying the prime beginnings of things, the seed from which all future development arises. In this case, it is the impregnation of the lower vehicles with the divine will of the Spirit. 9. It is interesting that the spiritual significance of the path is the astrological sign Virgo, the Virgin, and the association with this sign with the divine seed of Yod recalls to mind the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception. It is well known that virgin birth has been attributed to many others besides Christ. In fact, almost every great world teacher has been credited with this miraculous beginning. Hmm. 10. Applying this frequently recurring doctrine psychologically, we may consider the soul as the divine mother, the soul, or ruach, traditionally being considered feminine, and giving birth to the Christ within. The inner birth of the Christ child, Christ consciousness, and its development to kingship and sacrificed godship is a process which is applied Kabbalistically to Tiphareth, the focusing point of the individual. 11. Christ consciousness may be called the realization of the will of the Father, which is in heaven, or the will of the Spirit, whose will is the same, axiomatically, as that of God the Father. Hmm. The first spark of this Christ consciousness may thus be seen to be the influence of this 20th path, which is the link between Tiphareth, the lowest point of individuality, and the highest of personality. So, right there in the middle, right there in the center. By following in the steps of the light bearer, symbolically speaking, the way of destiny may be trodden from that of the Christ child in the manger among the beasts to that of the sacrificed and risen Savior. This is again an indication of the beginning and the ending for any particular spirit's way of evolving destiny. Hmm. So there again with the Alpha and Omega at the same time that was mentioned earlier. You got to think about it, right? The metaphor and the legend and the mythology of Christ. He talked about being virgin born, right? Seed coming directly from above, from the divine masculine, also known as Chokmah, right? Seed coming directly from Chokmah, divine conception, to to the Virgin Mary, right? And what astrological sign represents this path? Virgo. Virgo. So we got Virgo the Virgin. So look at this. Look at this, right? Virgo the Virgin. Interesting how this lays out right here. So what we are currently talking about is this path here, from Tiphareth, which is the Christ, which is the soul. We got Chokmah, which is the divine masculine, which is God's first reflection into the manifest. And here we have the path of the Virgin. This is the path that we're currently studying. So this path of the Virgin, directly connected to the divine seed, the divine masculine, giving birth to the Son, literally, right? Look at that. Look at how it plays out. That's one way to remember. In fact, this is why these myths and legends and metaphors were put in place, so that we could remember how all this stuff stacks up. Interesting. Oh, my bad. My bad. To Chesed. To Chesed. So we're going 20, path 20. Tiphareth to Chesed. Well, let me run that back. Let me run that back. Thanks, Rose of Flame. Well, let's see. The key to this path is the Hebrew letter Yod, the first letter of the supreme divine name Yod He Vav He, which signifies the first beginnings of things. Its signification is the hand, and this is the path that represents the hand of God, or the hand of the Spirit guiding the soul on its evolutionary way. An alternative meaning is the male sperm, once again signifying the prime beginning of things. So that's the Yod belonging to this path. Okay, the Hebrew letter. The Hebrew letter. The seed from which all future development rises. In this case, it is the impregnation of the lower vehicles with the divine will of the Spirit. So that's what it is. All right. So the Yod being the symbol of the divine sperm. That's the correction. It is interesting that the spiritual significance of this path is the astrological sign Virgo, the Virgin. The association of this sign with the divine seed of Yod recalls to mind the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception. It is well known that virgin birth has been attributed to many others besides Christ. In fact, almost every great world teacher has been credited with this miraculous beginning. All right, the Christ consciousness may be called the realization of the will of the Father which is in heaven, or the will of the Spirit, whose will is the same, axiomatically, as that of God the Father. The first spark of this Christ consciousness may thus be seen to influence this 20th path, which is the link between Tiphareth, the lowest point of individuality, and the highest point of personality, and Chesed, the area of being in manifestation where the true will of God and the Spirit is known. By following in the steps of the light bearer, symbolically speaking, the way of destiny may be trodden from that of the Christ child in the manger among the beasts to that of the sacrificed and risen Savior. This is again an indication of the beginning and the ending for any particular spirit's way of evolving destiny. All right, 12. Unfortunately, owing to the prime deviation, the actual situation is hardly as simple as this. This deviation, which has come down to us as the Christian doctrine of the original sin, was a refusal on the part of the individuality to carry out the original will of the Spirit when it entered the universe of God the Father. Consequently, the false pattern was made. In Kabbalistic terms, this means that the image in Chesed is not the same as the image in the supernal triangle of the Spirit. There is a rift between spirit and individuality, which has been reproduced on a lower arc in the rift between individuality and personality. Thus, the abyss and the gulf are man made, the fruits of sin. The evolutionary process should, according to the divine plan, have been one of struggle, but not the wallowing in spiritual darkness beset by war, poverty, and disease that the human condition has subsequently become. Yikes. Frequency, peace. Rosa Flame says, right, because Chesed is demiurge, aka the gunas, revolving, and the top of the manifest part of the tree. Yes, yes. Chris Castro says the causal mechanism preceding thought and action is not me. What do they say at Burger King, man? What do they say at Burger King? It's a certain kind of way you can have it. It's a certain kind of way. Chris Castro says the causal mechanism, as if being central command module, is absent of any real causal efficacy. According to who? According to what? Like, what's the parameter of efficacy? What's the judgment of efficacy based on? Guy of the Sage says Kabbalah and Gnosticism, two sides of the same coin, from the Gnostic feminine to the Kabbalistic masculine. Delicious spiritual food like peanut butter and chocolate. Metatron, also known as the Lesser Yahweh, yea, he is going to rule over lots of houses. T-Town Hustler says use Kabbalah to dictate where the chakras resonate with the glands, y'all. So yeah, so we're dealing with Tiphareth to Chesed. Excuse me. This is the path. This is the path. So we're within the manifest reality. And this is the first reflection of the supernal triad, the first reflection of spirit into the manifest reality. Elisha Eternal says, isn't it also the realm of ascended masters? Absolutely, right? Absolutely. So I wonder how that would factor into what we are seeing here. That first pattern, right? Could it be that they are ascended masters because they've refined themselves, they've refined the awareness of their soul to the point that they reflect the original pattern in the most efficient way possible? Guys, the guy the sage says false pattern is the Western Judeo-Christian dualism, good and evil, light and darkness. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a triad. It's a triad, not a duality. Capper Pro says Christianity is woke, bro. Old gods are the way. Christianity was made by Jews to subvert Roman Empire. Please, you've got to stick around and tell us more because that sounds intriguing. Vigorous Wolf says, I'm interested to hear what your interpretation is. Interpretation of which part? Promethean Aham Jyoti says, if you can understand what my at name means, I'll give you a like. All right, let's keep going. 13. These gaps in the chain of being from spirit to matter cause most of mankind to be dominated by selfish urges of the personality, or else by unbalanced, unhuman urges, twisted idealism from the individuality. And by the way, what was said up here was about the fall, right? That original sin. Not so much to do with eating a piece of fruit, but a whole lot to do with not moving according to the pattern, not moving according to the divine pattern. So, since man made the decision to not move according to the divine pattern, we've thrown ourselves off that pattern. And since we've become out of sync, essentially, that's going to be the cause of a lot of the suffering and the pain and the poverty and disease, et cetera, et cetera. Getting out of sync with spirit. That's what we've done with our free will. So these gaps in the chain of being from spirit to matter cause most of mankind to be dominated by selfish urges of the personality, the lower self, or else by unbalanced, unhuman urges, twisted idealism from the individuality, higher self. It is the primary aim of all systems of spiritual development to reform the link between individuality and personality. And this is also the aim behind religious observances. In exoteric religion, however, the process is not usually recognized as such. Many of the mystics of the church call communion with God what is, in reality, communion with their own individuality. Yes, communion with the higher self. 14. Now, the individuality, although appearing to the personality to be a superior and more ethical part of the self, is not perfect. What? Not perfect? What? Benjamin through 7. Peace and welcome, my friend. Peace and welcome. Vigorous Wolf says, when we lose connection with ourselves, we lose connection with our higher selves. I heard something interesting once, and I believe it to be true from experience as well. The higher self never loses connection with us. We just choose to not acknowledge that connection sometimes, to run from it, to hide from it. Soon I'll email you about the webinar recording. I missed the Zoom call, but got the books. Yeah, absolutely. Just shoot me an email. That way I can get the correct email. That's no problem, my friend. Pro says, "What Christian are you? Orthodox, Catholic, Protestant?" I am Virgin Christian. Virgin incel Christian. That's what type of Christian I am. I get no poontang. No poontang Christian. The no pussy Christian. Ashley B says, just had a thought on the star in his lantern. Could it be associated with following higher guidance? Much how people have looked up and used the stars to navigate. Also, the three wise men come to mind. Oh, yeah. Perfect, perfect. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, right? The guiding light. The guiding light. Fat Tony says, makes sense to me. I could never understand instructions not to eat the fruit or you will truly die. There was no death, so it was an unfamiliar term. Absolutely, right? Yeah, death didn't even exist at the time. So how could that have been a threat, you know? Yeah. And what baffles me though is the fact that we go all our lives never questioning any of this stuff. Just take it as it is. Yes, sir. That's the Lord's will. That's the Lord's will. You're always supposed to help those who. Right. I'm glad you think like that. When they go in on Saturday morning, do you think I hate to come at you in your final hour. Coop TGS says, I think that's just sell. LOL, vol sell. Yeah, you know. I was just baiting the troll. No pun intended. Or pun intended. Whichever one. Elisha Eternal says it's 6.2, right? And that's a direct shout out to Tiphareth. In fact, you can also notice that he's pointing to the left. Left typically signifies going within, but also on the tree itself, he's looking left towards Tiphareth. Absolutely. Right. And he's moving towards the direction of Tiphareth. Right. So an ascended master descending back deeper into manifestation, into his self. T-Town Hustler says Jehovah Witness sex celebrating anything is demonic according to my family. Yeah, I know how I've heard. I should say I've heard about it. Guy the Sage says from internal logos and external dharma follow both righteous patterns with harmony. Promethean Ahamjoiti says, well, I don't know of any real Christian tradition whom use Kabbalah or Tarot because divination is a sin and one should never suffer a witch. You got a point there. You should never, ever suffer a witch. What does that even mean? What does that mean in like common language? Hey man, look, I hate to tell you, but we would never suffer a witch around here. I don't know what y'all doing over there, but we don't suffer a witch over here, Playboy. We don't suffer a witch in this motherfucker. Y'all might suffer a witch, but I don't suffer a witch. What does that even mean? I need you to tell me what that means. Yeah, man, you heard about them niggas over there, man. They suffering witches and shit. And nah, man, we don't do that shit. That's against the will of God. We don't suffer no witch. I need to know what that means. Coop TGS says gray cloak also. Yeah, and I think that points to the absolute color of the path itself. Ah, Benjamin Button vibes. Nice, nice. Guy the Sage says divination is used in both the Old Testament as well as the New Testament. I always find it strange when Christians claim divination is a sin. Yeah, well, that mostly comes from the human interpretations and not the word itself. Especially when you consider so much, like you know, the history of King James, or what's this business about three wise men, like all this stuff. The fact that the Bible itself is Kabbalistic. But, that's beating a real dead horse. We way past that level of understanding over here. We done been suffered all the witches. We done suffered all the wit. I don't know. What does that mean? Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? Yeah, we don't suffer witches over here. I don't suffer witches, so you can take that witchy shit over there. Jesus on the main line. Tell him what you want. Oh, Jesus on the main line. Tell him what you want. Oh, shit. Jesus on the main line. Tell him what you want. Anthony Armour says God gave us power over the demonic forces in Jesus' name. Precisely, my friend. Luke chapter 10, verse 17. I believe it is, right? I I have clearance to suffer a witch. I got clearance to suffer a witch. Tell us what you Jesus on the main line. Tell him what you. Rosa Flame says, I know a witch doesn't suffer that Christian shit. That is true. That is true. Marquette Williams says, what makes you have confidence in the Bible and that the God of the Bible is real? The fact that he has such a large portion of humanity in a chokehold, in a chicken style chokehold, and it has remained that way, that firm grip for several thousand years. Something's going on, because that don't happen and stay sustained for thousands of years without somebody squeezing that neck. Somebody squeezing something somewhere out there in the great primordial ooze. Not too many things got a chokehold like the Lord, like good old Yahweh. Tell me somebody who got a stronger chokehold than Yahweh of the Bible. Coop TGS says most of what Christians think is based off what other Christians think, rather than what's in the Bible. Take a look at what Christ said: "Are ye are gods? Wise as serpents. This and greater things shall ye do." Right, right. But you know what? He wasn't talking to everybody. Well, everybody don't have the ears to hear it. That's a better way to put it. He was talking to everybody, but as is stated in Revelation, let he who has an ear hear what the Spirit saith to the churches. Everybody ain't got that ear. And that's perfect, right? That's perfect. This machine called Prakriti needs gears to grind. It needs batteries. It needs juice to grease up them gears. So, you know what I'm saying? We got to have people who go through the motions, so to speak. Tell him what you want. Oh. Rosa Flame says, your laugh is wonderful, Trav. Aw, thank you. Tell him what you want. Anthony Armour says that verse from Psalm saying we are gods goes back to the verse in Genesis that we are created in the image of God. Absolutely. Mason McGahey says we have the writings of early church fathers that learned under the apostles. We also have writings from early churches. All good now. All good. Marquette Williams says Islam chokehold is pretty strong too. Also, Hinduism has a chokehold. You're absolutely right. Right. All those chokeholds are chokehold valid. And it's something choking the hold is what I'm saying. Let let all humans be chokeholded if that's what they want to do. If that's what they choose to do. Rosa Flame says, all I come in close. Right, right. They playing ranked. They're in ranked. Chokehold mate ranked. It's a chokehold off. Who will survive these dark and trying times? Who will choke the most? Allah or Yahweh? Cast your vote. All right, now, enough of this nonsense. Elijah Eternal says, many will say, Lord, Lord, and I will say, I do not know you. Right? I will spit you from my mouth. Oh, lukewarm mother. Fat Tony says, okay, 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 it was me. I wrote the Bible, and I was high. I tricked y'all. Got people pissing in their boots. Hey, Jack says, Islam chokehold ain't been as long. I wouldn't call Hinduism a chokehold. Yeah, I wouldn't call Hinduism a chokehold. I'd call that more like a welcoming embrace, right? Hinduism, they don't really go out and kill you and beat you against your will to accept their ideology. Hindu got that welcoming, warm embrace. Promethean Aham Jyoti says, I guess it really depends on how well you know the word of the Bible. You can use it how you want. I'm just saying that you can't just pick and choose. Do you feel me? I'm going to pick and choose. I'm going to pick and choose. Jesus on the main line. Chicano's Fighting Fire Learning says Hollywood movies got that leash and whips for that ass. Right. All right, we back to it now. I am Ku says, would you say enlightenment is the act of understanding you were never unenlightened? Absolutely. I would say that. But the part to really understand here is when you say you, who is the you? Like what is the you? That's the key there. Because that's what makes that phrase you just said, that's what makes it click. Because you can say we could say enlightenment is the act of understanding you were never unenlightened. But that's not going to turn the light on, is it? What's going to turn the light on is you contemplating who is you. Then you can come back and say you were never unenlightened. Because this hairless monkey is most definitely unenlightened. Ooga booga. Fat Tony says Jesus is McDonald's and Allah is Burger King. Right. Pepsi and Coke, Apple and Microsoft. Once again, the pattern is reflecting, right? There we go. Promethean Jyoti says, "You a magician, not fooling me." There we go. There we go. Now, welcome to the live stream, my friend. Like I said, I pick and choose as I please. The Last Eternal, duh, his name is Travis Magus. Jesus on the main line, tell him what you want. Trust me, you ain't gonna find no Christian holding up no tarot cards. They too scared. It's gonna burn their fingers off. It's gonna burn their fingers off. But I tell you what, I got clearance. I got clearance from the government, and I got clearance from God. You ain't gotta believe it. I gotta believe it. But really, I do have paperwork. Tell him what you want. Said Jesus on the main line. Tell him what you want. Just call him up and tell him what you want. And we're back to the education. Back to the education. Padded the algorithm stats just a bit. Just call him up and tell him. Where we at? Where we at? Lemurian. Uh oh, we about to talk about Lemurian black magic. Here we go. Here we go. I like that. He's like, wait a minute. You're not a Christian. You're a magician. I love it. All right. Now, the individuality, although appearing to the personality to be a superior and more ethical part of the self, is not perfect. In the early days of the modern Western esoteric revival, it was usually considered to be so as a matter of expediency. Those who were born in a position to know that it was not so did not reveal the true situation because A, it was necessary first to establish a large number of esoteric students with individuality orientation without overcomplicating the issue, and B, a premature revelation of the imperfection of the individuality to an esoteric group would cause an unwelcome inrush of unbalanced force due to a re-stimulation of old deviated patterns stemming from Lemurian times. Hmm. A group has to be firmly established before it can stand psychic unbalance of this potency. Restimulation of currents of Lemurian black magic is no light matter. That's wild right there. That's wild right there. Wild enough to have to go back. So now the individuality, right? We're talking about the soul. Although it appears to the personality, the human, to be superior and more ethical part, right? So we're believing that our soul and this higher self is like this perfect version of us, right? But we're dealing with something. It's a little bit more intricate than that. It's a little bit more intricate than that because the soul is learning too and it's growing too. The soul is also trying to reconcile its place as a reflection of God, right? So with that being said, check out this next part. It is not perfect. Well, okay, yeah. Don't let that be a shocker because only Kether is perfect. Everything else below is a reflection. In the early days of the modern Western esoteric revival, it was usually considered to be so as a matter of expediency. So, of course, they just believed and assumed that the soul was perfect. just because it was easy to do and easy to spread this message and teach, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, nice. I missed that. Coop TGS says black magic is no light matter. I like what he did there. Omnia Arlandria, peace, peace. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good night. Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, where were we? So the soul, right? We always assume that the soul, this higher self, is like this perfect version of us, but it's not. The soul is also growing, learning, expanding, and unfolding through time. Why? Simply because it is within manifestation and it is not in that upper triad. Only Kether is perfect, but we would consider that upper triad to pretty much be perfection. So, that being said, in the early days of the modern Western esoteric revival, when magic was starting to come back out of the persecution, it was usually considered to be perfect, right, as a matter of expediency. Those who were in a position to know that it was not so, they didn't reveal the true situation for two reasons. One, it was unnecessary to establish a large number of esoteric students with individuality orientation without overcomplicating the issue, right? So it was necessary first to have a following large enough that you've been able to teach them, right, and help them to come to the understanding of what the soul actually is and have a connection with it, right? Kind of like what Travis Magus is doing. To have a large group of people who are in connection with their own higher selves, right? That has to be done first. And second, the other reason why they didn't share this information was a premature revelation of the imperfection of the individuality to an esoteric group would cause an unwelcome inrush of unbalanced force due to a restimulation of old, deviated patterns stemming from Lemurian times. Now, I don't know if anybody here has gone down the rabbit hole of Lemuria and supposedly the effect that Lemurian magic had upon our planet in ancient times. But for somebody who understands magic, manifestation, and to suddenly come into an awareness that that source of power that you're drawing from is imperfect, just like you, well, that has the tendency and the possibility for that humanity to start that manipulation that we're so good at doing. In other words, people misusing their abilities instead of using their abilities for further self knowledge, for further understanding of self, trying to manipulate the world instead of trying to understand self. Coop TGS says atavistic forms. Right, right. Rosa Flame says, send me that Lemurian hole, Trev. That sync for me right now. All right. I will search my history for some good ones. I know one in particular was animated. But yeah, let me write that down. so I don't forget. Welcome to Lemuria. All right, got it. Evolutionary being. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Cosmic doctrine. So you can really tell who his teacher was, right? And I could only imagine what it would be like to have Dion Fortune personally impart this information to you. What an amazing relationship that must have been. So a group has to be very firmly established before it can stand psychic unbalance of this potency. So this is something that's deep in our genetic memory. And you want to know something? This might be the reason why magic has been something taboo and forbidden in the mainstream, because of the potential that's actually here. Don't get it twisted now. Most of what we see is for show, but it's some real stuff. It's some real stuff that can be tapped into by one who knows a thing or two. And just because you can does not mean you should at all. Damn, Coop TGS, that's you steady dropping some good shit. Check out the lemur animal in connection to Lemuria. Blavatsky and Kenneth Grant mentioned it. Absolutely. If you could remember where Kenneth Grant mentions it. If not, I'll have GPT scan it for me. So difficult for me to get all of Kenneth Grant's books into GPT because some of those PDFs are not OCR scanned. We've entered the days where you got to make your own PDFs. Elisha Eternal says, I think Rudolf Steiner mentions it too. I believe so. I believe so. Chicano's fighting for higher learning says, no, I'd rather have that Travis Mage's teachings. Dion's great, but it's just for now, and I'm loving it. But with Trav, he got more tricks up the sleeves. It's true. I appreciate that. I'm glad we still have this, man. I'm glad there's people that still have an interest for it. Have you looked around lately? Lord have mercy. I think it's in Nightside, the Gimel Path. Okay. Nightside it is. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says Gigi Young got some YouTube videos on Lemurian sorcery as well. All right, Rosa Flame, you see that? I'm gonna write that down as well. Okay, let's get back to it. Last Eternal says we're probably part of that same divine spark. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Trust me, I know. Promethean Aham Jyoti says, I've been into the occult for many, many years. She only quotes Steiner. I like Steiner too. He's got some interesting perspectives. I always learn something when I read his stuff. But no, to answer your question, I'm not a theosophist. I didn't really go down the theosophy path. That wasn't my calling. All right, 15. Sufficient general progress has now been made, however, to allow a truer picture of the situation to be revealed. Finally. Indeed, the true situation gradually revealed itself. It was evident in the manifest, unbalanced nature of many leading occultists who had made good individuality contact, but spent much of their energies in disruptions and small squabbles, all from the best of motives within their organizations. Boy, that must be ass. Boy, that sucks. Imagine, dude, y'all doing all this work, coming into contact with your soul, like really coming into contact with your soul, doing amazing things, and y'all got inner beef. Y'all got beef with each other. This is what y'all do with the energy that you have pulled down from Tiphareth. Beef with each other. Sly and slick ass little tricks. That sucks. Humans gonna human, ain't we? Humans gonna human, boy. I tell you what. Couldn't be me. Would not be me. Maybe a couple of years ago, I might have been using my contact for not being celibate. But at this point, shit. There's nothing, no experience on this planet that is worth me compromising the work I've been putting in. Damn. Humans gonna human, boy. It was evident in the manifest, unbalanced nature of many leading occultists who had made good individuality contact, but spent much of their energies in disruptions and small squabbles, all from the best of motives within their organizations. This was certainly no good advertisement for the claims of the occult movement. Last Eternal says they can't get past that five of wands. Dang, squabble. And then he called it a squabble. That's not even like a real, that's like petty beef. You know what I'm saying? I should be the epistemists. I should be the one in charge. No, me. He doesn't even wash his hands after he shits. I should be the epistemists. Lord have mercy. That's how it always goes, man. You can't really bring anybody up. Anyways, do your work, man. Do your work. Do your work. He still picks his nose. He's not evolved. He's not truly awakened. I saw him scratch his ass. He's not truly awakened. I should be him. I'm him. Hey, man, that sucks. But, I understand. Humans are humans. We gonna do stuff like that. Back to it, though. 16. It was no redeeming feature either that the errors inherent in the individuality should manifest in the guise of high ethical intentions. In practice, they usually result in a demonstration of the vices of the individuality, Sephiroth: pride, contentiousness, cruelty, bigotry, hypocrisy, tyranny. Now, I'm not even going to front. I didn't memorize the vices of the Sephiroth. Can anybody guess any of these? One, two, three, five, six. So six, seven, eight, nine, 10. So that's not including Malkuth. That's not including Kether, because Kether doesn't have a vice. Bina, or yeah, I don't remember them. Something to look up though. I was thinking it, but I wasn't going to say it. These higher vices have, of course, been plainly evident in the history of the church, as well as that of occultism. In the church, there have been the cruelties of the Inquisition, burning people at the stake for the high ethical motive of the good of their souls. In occultism, there has been the ridiculous pride of jockeying for position. See, I told you, I should be right? Jockeying for position, measuring up one's person's degree of advancement. See, he's not really enlightened, he's not really awakened, and so on. Examples in both fields, exoteric or esoteric, are legion. Naturally, all such attitudes are travesties of the true will of the Spirit and of God, in whose name most of these well intentioned blasphemies were perpetrated. Are you a perpetrator, huh? You ain't nothing but a perpetrator. You're always perpetrating. I saw him perpetrating last week. 17. All this does not mean that individuality contact should be eschewed. On the contrary, the appalling gap between individuality and personality must be bridged. But it does sound a word of caution that the high intentions of the individuality, often appearing as stirrings of conscience, may not be all that they seem. And even an apparently perfect individuality may be in error because it is not in alignment with the mode of being and destiny of the spirit which projected it and still projects it. 18. The lesson to be learned here is that the quest of the Holy Grail does not end in Tiphareth or even in Chesed, but in Kether. And personal destiny and complete evolution can only be achieved when all the broken links are restored, and the true will of the spirit, not just of the individuality, is manifested in complete control in earth as it is in heaven. I am Ku says, you mind explaining 17? I think that goes into what you were telling me earlier. All right, 17. All this does not mean that individuality contact should be eschewed. On the contrary, the appalling gap between individuality and personality must be bridged. But it does sound a word of caution that the high intentions of the individuality, often appearing as stirrings of conscience, may not be all that they seem. And even an apparently perfect individuality may be in error because it is not in alignment with the mode of being and destiny of the spirit which projected it and still projects it. So, of course, a major part of all of our work at this level, right, is to strengthen the connection between the lower self and the higher self, right? To strengthen the connection between the lower self and the higher. That should be the focus. That's the name of the game right now, right? That's the name of the game right now. You know what your lower self is, you know what your body is, and the intelligence of the body, right? You got to think about this thing now. Consciousness is singular. And as it's projected itself down into the physical plane, it's kind of made echoes and shells. And each of those echoes and shells, they're all powered by the singular consciousness, but they are manipulating matter and manipulating the elements in their own special way. So one of those packages of manipulation is the physical body with its own intelligence. The next package up is the mind, the ego, the antakarana, the inner tool, right? Um, the buddhi, the ahamkara, the chitta, manas. So this mind, this cognition, this thought process, all this other stuff, you know what that is. But see, there's also a higher echo that operates above and beyond the lifespan of your present incarnation, something that has knowledge of the deep past, and even the deep future. So this is you're a part of this thing. It's not like every single person has a soul. No, there are a group of souls that have collections of people that they're using for experience in the material plane, right? So our job here, those of us who are called to do this kind of work here, not everybody else, our job here is to bridge that gap between this lower self and that higher self, because that's where the work is. We need it just as much as it needs us, because the soul isn't perfect. The higher self is not perfect. It is a reflection of perfection, just like we are. It's a better reflection, but it's still a reflection. So, all that being said, understand that because the soul isn't perfect, and this is the part of the warning that he was talking about in verse number 14. All right. But I'm gonna say it anyways, because, well, I'll say it anyways. Because the soul isn't perfect, sometimes the lower self can mistranslate very easily what the soul is trying to do. And a lot of times that mistranslation will come from a crucial misalignment, right? Crucial misalignment between body, soul, and spirit. Now remember, spirit is the closest to Kether. So spirit's going to be on point. So imagine that Kether and spirit is outputting this wave frequency, right? And it's a perfect pattern. Now, what the best case scenario is that all the vessels are following that exact wave frequency. So the soul's on that wave, the mind is on that wave, the body's on that wave. You could do that. You are damn near, you're God walking on earth, right? Everything's perfect. Now, the problem is the body is most definitely going to be off track. So part of a spiritual path is getting the body onto that wave. The soul is supposed to be on that wave as well. But if there's a severe misalignment, the soul will be out of sync with the spirit. So since it's out of sync, it's not connecting, it's not making the wisest decisions. And therefore, the trickle down effect is very real. You get it? So often appearing as stirrings of conscience may not be all that they seem. And even an apparently perfect individuality may be an error because it is not in alignment with the mode of being and the destiny of the spirit which projected it and still projects it. So look, you're still connected to it. There's always the possibility and potentiality of getting back on track. Just like Promethean Ahamjoti said earlier about, you know, you being lost and being out of touch with your higher self. I think that it's more like the higher self never loses connection with us. We just avoid connection with it. Likewise, the spirit never loses connection with the soul or the lower self. It's just it's our duty to get back in line with that flow. Let me know if that makes sense. If this whole thing is about reflecting patterns, then it's going to behoove us to make sure that we are reflecting the correct pattern, the useful and appropriate pattern. Promethean Hamjoti says, "Thanks, Jax. I get the feeling Trav is poking at me. LOL. Nothing but love. I am a little bit, but it's all good, man. It's all good." Coop TGS says, "So interesting what you were saying last week about the lower self has to give its consent." It's true, right? Right? Yeah. And it's really strange because we learned in the last chapter when he talked about death in this particular path, that was the first mention of the soul possibly being imperfect. I had never heard such a thing. But it makes sense because anything that isn't Kether is imperfect. Anything that is in the tree, in manifestation, is imperfect. So it makes sense. Now, we talking degrees now. The soul ain't finna get addicted to drugs and go out here doing crazy shit, crashing out. The soul ain't finna be that out of sync. But I think that that's another reason why we, as people, have to choose to be connected. We have to make that choice. 'Cause you can run from it all day. How long have you been running from manifestation? Excuse me. How long? Yeah. How long have you been running from meditation? How long have you been hearing that call? Hey, we should meditate. And you've been running from that, right? That's free will. Remember what he said last chapter? What is free will? Free will is you either making the decision to link up with that higher self or to avoid it. That's what your free will is. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Your soul needs you as much as you need your soul. And Last Eternal says refinement and fine tuning, like you always say, getting that right channel. That's all it is, man. All right, I am Ku says makes sense, like cleansing one's emotional bodies to see. Absolutely. Jax, peace to you, man. I think you showed up last Saturday and you said you were coming back. So good on you, man. Good on you. I'm glad to see when somebody takes interest in this information and really, you know what I'm saying, does everything they can to make it work. So I hope that's you. Looks like you from here. Welcome, and I hope to see you around more. Coop TGS says even God is doing shadow work. Right, right. Rosa Flame says that's why Swamis say attain perfection. Yeah, man, it never dawned on me that perhaps the soul might need a little bit of tweaking as well. But like I said, it makes sense. It makes sense because the soul is going through its version of time, not time like we're going through it, but it's going through its version of time, at least from our perspective. Chicano's fighting for higher learning says even if you have to override the pattern that overrides your connection with higher self. Yes. And sometimes it's something so simple, but that's not the point. It's all about making that decision. Promethean Aham Joiti says 13 is still ready to go further. It's not yet fully grounded. So if you're not prepared beforehand, it's possible to get caught with your pants down. They was in white robes. Zero says, thank you for all the teaching, Trav. My pleasure, Zero. Seriously. Kind of going back and forth with the concept of taking a break from all this social media stuff because things have changed so much, man. At least from my perspective, things have changed so much after 7 years. Things have changed so much, and I wonder if I need to stop so that I can readjust and recalculate, or if I should just keep going and configure as I go. I don't know, but I appreciate you saying that, and it feels good to know that the effort that I put in is helping somebody. So I'm grateful for your gratitude. Yes, sir. Glad to be back. And oh, you will. You can't get rid of me. Uh-oh. Last time I heard that, it was not a good experience. Jack says, what's funny is that I don't think the soul is seeking perfection, but more all knowing of self, if that makes sense. Well, at least my soul. But I mean, isn't what is perfection? I'll ask you that. What does that mean? What is perfection? What is that? What is perfection? And what is perfection in terms of the soul? Rosa Flame says, let's do next path. Goodness gracious. All right. Where are we at? Did we finish this? 18. The lesson to be learned here is that the quest of the Holy Grail does not end in Tiphareth or even in Chesed. Oh, yeah, we read that already. But in Kether. And personal destiny and complete evolution can only be achieved when all the broken links are restored. That's why we doing this path working, y'all. And the true will of the spirit, not just the individuality, is manifested in complete control in earth. So this is the magic behind path working. Understand, it's not just if you read a book and you visualize all the paths, it's going to connect you and you're going to become God on earth. It's not that. What the books do is they help to show you the intricate differences between the sections of this system. So we're talking about a system here. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. But when you're working with a system, you got to work with the pieces in the system, right? If you're working with a system, you got to work with the pieces in a system. It doesn't make sense to have a couple of puzzle pieces from this box and a couple of playing cards from over here, right? And a couple of marbles over here. What can you do with that? Unless you have a system where all those parts make sense, what are you really doing? Kabbalah itself is a system that allows for many different things to make sense and to complement each other, to balance and harmonize each other. That's why this system is so powerful, because you can take damn near any other angle that you're coming from, whether you're coming from Christianity, whether you're coming from divination and tarot and astrology, right? All of those things have a place because we're talking about patterns, understanding the patterns of life, of consciousness, the different reflections of God. And once you gain an acquaintance with these different patterns and start to harmonize and familiarize yourself with these patterns, something starts to unlock and open up within you. What does? Your knowledge, your awareness, your wisdom, that primordial knowledge of things that were here before you and will exist after you're gone. This is bigger than you. It's bigger than hip hop. It's bigger than basketball. Notes on the design of Trump 9. The Marseille's card shows an old man, apparently not hooded, but in a voluminous cloak, holding up a lantern, which is partly shrouded by the cloak, and walking with a staff. Worth divides the staff into 8 segments and has him preceded by a serpent, a point which is supported by the early Crowley and Knapp. The later makes the staff a shepherd's crook. With both Worth and Knapp, the hermit is hooded. Waite and Case have him standing still on a mountain pinnacle, also hooded. And Case makes the hood into a definite Hebrew letter Yod. The two latter also show a six-pointed star in the lantern, and the lantern is less obscured by the cloak than in the other versions. The Egyptian hermit has the traditional attributes, though the staff is a serpent staff. He is preceded by 2 serpents, and he faces straight out of the card. In the Crowley Harris card, the hermit suggests by his shape a yod, his lamp contains the sun, and he is looking at a serpent entwined egg. The three-headed hound of hell follows him, whom he has tamed. Nice. Manly P. Hall, who gives the symbol of a pentagram, its internal planes colored in white and straddling a red square on a blue field, says that exoterically the hermit was often thought to be Diogenes on his quest for an honest man. He also says that sometimes the staff is in 7 sections. Eliphas Levi thought the card might be called Prudence. Prudence. Good stuff. Hallelujah. 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 Oh Lord, kumbaya. Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya. Come by here, my Lord. Oh Lord, kumbaya. kumbaya. They done culture vultured that song into a campgrounds melody. Amazing. Amazing. Okay, so that was the 20th path, the hermit. Does anybody feel like they're walking that path or have an experience in real life that connects with that path? That access to primordial wisdom, the opportunity to see the soul as it is. I think one great lesson I got from that was understanding that there's a larger pattern at play, right? And that's the spirit. A lot of my recent focus has been aligning with that higher self, but let's not forget there's an even higher octave that should be aligned with. Patterns, patterns, patterns. Okay, so yeah, this next chapter is the 22nd path. Oh, Lord, kumbaya. Nice. Hebrew letters on the keyboard. Yeah, that's how do you, he must have the copy and paste, man, because ain't no way. Tibetai says the soul is undoubtedly on a journey of joyous expansion, which ultimately is a never ending process. I agree with you. I agree with you. Chicano's fighting for higher learning, says Trav. You would love the Cathar's Tarot. It got a bomb Lucifer on it. Hearing Holy Grail made me think of Cathar's. Sorry, back on topic. Cathar's Tarot. I don't think I've heard of that one. I might have to pull that up. Because I do love me some Lucifer. That's for sure. Cathar's Tarot. By the way, no offense, Justice. You might be my least favorite tarot card. And I'm just talking aesthetics, that's all. I'm not too familiar with this fellow. But, you know, I'm open to getting to know you, and perhaps we can have great times in the future. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. I have seen this tarot before, the Cathar Tarot. Nope, no, I haven't. No, this is new to me. $25. Hmm. I might get that. Yeah, that's an interesting looking deck. Oh, look at that. Interesting. All right, I'll put that in the cart and see about it. Oh Lord, kumbaya. Rosa Flame says prudence is what Crowley calls 8 of discs in Thoth, which is Sun in Virgo. I would love to get my hands on whatever master key they had with this astrology. They had some hidden, little known chart or charts, plural, with their astrology. It's stuff that Crowley has said and Dion Fortune has said that I haven't seen anywhere else concerning astrology specifically. Since I spoke it out loud, I'm sure I'll come across it now. Moon and Virgo coming up. Chief says Jesus is God, or is God Jesus? Jesus is the only way to heaven. Yeah, you know, we were kind of talking about that. You know, Tiphareth and Kether, tomato, tomato. But this fish got bones in it. So you might not be used to this kind of fried seafood. You got to have your back teeth in to eat this. You got to have your wisdom teeth in. Judging by your use of caps, they might not be fully there in the mouth. Zero says, I have it last year when I find your channel. Definitely I can even astral travel in those times. 2024 was crazy. Yeah, man. I am Ku says, you say we don't have an individual soul fragments that make up a collective knowing. Generous question. Um, you were asking me about a consultation. Lord, let me know if you're still trying to do that. This was an awful week for me, anyways, that past week. But yeah, to answer your question, you said we don't have individual soul fragments that make up a collective knowing. So yeah. I mean, at the very look at the pattern, right? At the very top, there's oneness, and at the very bottom, there's multiplicity. So everything goes up to the one, right? At the bottom, there's multiple, but the higher up you go, there's less, and there's less, and there's less. That's just how the pattern goes. So it's not that there's individual souls for every person on earth, but there's a soul that contains groups of incarnations. And these groups of incarnations appear both simultaneously and also throughout time, right? So there is a soul, and that soul will have several incarnations, some of them being in the same time frame or slightly, you know, before or after. But this is how the soul processes its karma. The soul is a cloud of potentiality. The individuality is a cloud of potentiality, and it's processing karma so that it can fully be in alignment with the spirit. Now, that processing of karma is done through the incarnations. Last Eternal says, I always think of Mayat when I see that card. Yes. Promethean Aham Jyoti says, on the way to the signs of competition. Hmm. Crowley's justice card is beautiful. Lon Malo Duquette says that justice is the fool's girlfriend. Hmm. Interesting. Osani, peace and greetings. Osani says, right, Mayat came to mind immediately. Promethean Aham Jyoti says, I used to buy a crap load of decks till I just didn't need it. Get Don Milo Duquette's books, or the Book of Thoth. Yes. I think the Book of Thoth is it has helped me understand tarot a lot better than some of the Llewellyn texts. Like I said, I like what Crowley does, and I think that he had access to some kind of arcane astrology book, because some of these associations I haven't found reasoning for why they do it. Basically, I'm working on a personal deck now. Hell yeah. Let us know if you got something to show. Ashley B says, with the Justice card, it can be said that the sword represents Geburah. I can see that, especially where it's positioned. I've seen the scale be interpreted as a symbol for Tiphareth balance. So I wonder, does this card connect Tiphareth and Geburah? It probably does. Because if that's the case, then absolutely. But also Libra. Also Libra. But I can't help but think about it possibly referring to Netzach. Venus rules Libra. I am Ku says, most definitely can do the consultation still. No rush whenever you get time. But I will say the longer I sit with questions and topic of conversation I want to have with you, certain answers do come. Awesome. One of those tricks up my sleeve, huh? No, it's all you, man. All right, so are we ready to do another path? I'm gonna tell you what, I'm most definitely gonna need another cup of coffee. Most definitely gonna need that. But I'll finish up this cold cup and then we'll take a quick break. Also, the colors of the robe are the same as those Sephirah. Yes, yes. And that is thinking like a magus. Balance and mercy leads to a complete journey with forgiveness and contemplating. It's worth noting the sword is double edged, balance as with the scales. Remember that said Netzach is also connected to the goddess Athena. Maybe the figure itself could be interpreted as Tiphareth. I don't know, LOL. It's always what I think of when I see that card, though. Rose SS God says, hello, everyone. I haven't practiced meditation, but I've kept up with my mantras. Excellent, excellent, man. Excellent. Keep up with those mantras, right? And when you're able to steal time away from that body of yours, go ahead and sit down and meditate. Whenever you're able to steal away some time from that busy body, it ain't got to be long. And remember that feeling, right? When you actually do sit down, remember how it feels when you're like, wow, I should have been done this. You know that feeling, right? When you finally sit down and meditate and it's like, man, I should have been doing this. Just remember that whenever you're able to steal away some time from that animal human body. But excellent work with your mantras, man. Excellent work. Like I said, you might stop everything else, but don't stop the mantras. Keep that rhythm going. Red and gold. Sunborn, peace. Sunborn, gang, gang. Great studying of esoteric knowledge. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We about to do one more chapter. One more. One more. Rosa Flame says in the Thoth, it's literally supposed to be Mayat. All right, let's get to it. Even if you were broke, my love don't cost a thing. Y'all think she was telling the truth? Y'all think J-Lo was telling the truth when she said, even if you were broke, my love don't cost a thing? A thing, a thing. Even if you were broke. 11:22. Man, tell me that's not my mixtape from the toilet, man. Oh man, the sting that you feel in your heart. You met your hero. You talked to him. You've been working passionately on that mixtape. I'm talking about you was rocking in the studio, sweating, bouncing, putting on your best lyrics, your best beat. You finally press it. You find your hero. He's a signed artist ready to go. You meet him at the bar. You give him your mixtape. He says, "All right, man, I'm gonna check it out. How good do you feel?" "Yeah, man, I'm going places. I'm moving up in the world. Finally, I got the right ears to listen to my music." And once he listens, here's the thing: you trust your music so much, you trust that music so much, you know that when he listens to that tape, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. You know that when he listens to that tape, you're gonna get signed that day. All you got to do is get that music in his hands. You hand him that music. "All right, man. Yeah, I'm gonna listen to it." He goes into the bathroom. You go in after him. Excuse me. You go into the stall he was in. You see your mixtape in the toilet. God bless America. Can you imagine the sting he felt in his heart? Man, tell me that's not my mixtape in the toilet. The sting you feel in your heart. That was yours. That was your passion. Oh man, I got to see that scene. I have got to see that scene. I got to get the line right. I'm gonna add that to my playlist. Dang, that's funny. That is funny. All right, man. Let's get to this, man. Fat Tony says, "I think she didn't write that song." Yeah, yeah, we can agree with that one. Ah, it was 1122, 11th path, 22nd card. Promethean says, "Nobody here would like my deck. It's purely personalized with my own astrological numerology and Kabbalistic symbol." You funny, bro. No, I wasn't throwing shade, man. I wasn't throwing shade. True enlightenment, lol. All right. So, finally, the 22nd path, Tiphareth to Geburah. From Tiphareth going up to Geburah. The key, Lamed, ox goad. Spiritual significance, Libra, the scales. Theory, daughter of the lords of truth, ruler of the balance. The colors here are emerald, blue, deep blue green, pale green. Text. The 22nd path is the faithful intelligence and is so called because by it spiritual virtues are increased, and all dwellers on earth are nearly under its shadow. Hmm. It's called the faithful intelligence, and is so called because by it spiritual virtues are increased, and all dwellers on earth are nearly under its shadow. That must be pretty big. One, this path is viewed with some trepidation by many neophytes of the Western esoteric tradition because it is generally known as the path of karmic adjustment. However, all the higher paths can be equally disturbing in their effects upon the personality. For the higher up the tree one goes, the closer one gets to fundamentals. I love that. The higher up the tree you go, the closer you get to fundamentals, right? Not aliens and spaceships and all kind of fantastic voyage. You're getting closer and closer to fundamentals because you're getting deep into the core operating system of existence. A change in one's state of being in Kether, for instance, would affect one's whole being right down to the physical plane. So again, that it sounds like code, right? If you've ever dealt with programming in any aspect, I'm trying to wrestle with some code right now using a program called Docker and Terminal. And boy, oh boy, if you just get one little thing wrong, the whole program is fucked up, right? And that's how it is, right? When you're dealing with things at the code level, everything has to be in order. Because if you change something in this root level, it'll affect a change all throughout the entire system, sometimes making it unworkable. A change in one's state of being in Kether, for instance, would affect one's whole being right down to the physical plane. In layman's terms, even think about that movie Butterfly Effect, right? When he changed one little thing, the ripple would travel outwards. Sometimes it would be something small, sometimes it would be huge. And it's a common trope in these movies involving time travel. When you go back and change something, you don't know what kind of consequences it'll have in the future. A whole lot like that. So, a change in one's state of being in Kether, for instance, would affect one's whole being right down to the physical plane. A change in Yasod, on the other hand, though having its physical effects and the passions bring about physical changes, just as does the etheric vehicle, would not have any direct effect upon the higher areas of one being. There would be an indirect effect, of course. A physical hangover after a party is not conducive to mental work. So, in such a case, Malkuth would be said to affect Hod. But it is the effects in Malkuth that are affected. Hod appears to be affected because the physical vehicle cannot take its mental currents. In reality, the intellect is as keen as ever, but just not functioning in Earth because the lower communication channels are blocked. The main chain of cause and effect always works downward from higher plane to lower. Two, also, of course, one may come up against karma anywhere on the tree. This is only to be expected. The original deviation took place at Doth, at the Doth level. So all factors of existence below Doth are bound to be riddled with sin and error. And remember, Kabbalistically speaking, we just learned from the last chapter, this has a lot to do with the soul and the incarnation not following the patterns that are projected from the spirit, not following the pattern that spirit is laying out. That's what we're talking about, sin and karma. This requires the action of karma to rectify it. Excuse me, sin and error. This requires the action of karma to rectify it. Karma is not a popular word among esoteric students. It is now. The conception of its workings do not fill many with enthusiasm. This is typical of human nature, for the cure is often disliked more than the disease. Dang. The cure is often disliked more than the disease. Dentists are often disliked more than tooth decay, until perhaps the excruciating pain of toothache restores a sense of values. The lords of karma may be likened to physical surgeons. Oh, we talking about Geburah here. We talking about Geburah here. Nobody wants to go to the dentist until you got a problem with your teeth, right? Promethean Ahamjoti says, Doth is the abyss. Agreed. I think to be technical, we could say that Doth is the bridge across the abyss. The bridge across the abyss. So there's the abyss, And that would be closer to what you were talking about with the clip off. But specifically, we would say that Doth is the bridge that's across from Chesed to Bina. Chesed to Bina. But yeah, that beautiful portion of the tree, dangerous and widely misunderstood. So this is typical of human nature, for the cure is often disliked more than the disease. Dentists are often disliked more than tooth decay, until perhaps the excruciating pain of toothache restores a sense of values. The lords of karma may be likened to physical surgeons, though more properly they are restorers of cosmic balance, or lords of truth. We talking about Camiel, the burner of God, and his homeboys, the angels of Geburah, right? Nobody likes them until they need them, right? That kind of energy. Nobody likes them until you need them. Lord, if you could reach around his backside and touch his kidney, Lord, make that kidney 110%. Make that kidney the best kidney. Excuse me, Deacon. That's who we Deacon. No, sir. Right? Nobody wants to go to the surgeon until you need something cut out. This is Geburah. This is why people don't like Geburah. This is why people are scared of that Mars energy, because he coming with that sword. It's funny, man. I was thinking earlier about growth and about going through struggle in life. And I was just thinking, like, yeah, existence, God, my higher self takes care of me. Everything is cool. Everything is perfect. But I tell you what, I do not have major moments of growth during these periods of perfect abundance. I simply do not have periods of growth during abundance. You know when I have my growth? When them swords show up, when something done been cut away, sliced away, right? When I'm out here looking crazy, right? Then all of a sudden I remember how to do my rituals. I remember how to, hey, ain't no I miss my meditations. No, I suddenly remember how to get on my spiritual grind, right? Something has to be cut away. In these times of a drought, in these times of lack, in these times of being without, right? When I've been sliced, those have been my growth. Those have been the leaps and bounds of my growth. When I ain't got it and I needed it yesterday, all right? Not when I have it, not when I'm eating from the fat of the land. Nah, you know you down bad when you calling on the archangel of Geburah to come help. Please put that burner away. Put that sword down. Guard. I had enough. Lord, where you at? Where you at, Lord? The angel you sent to. I asked you for a angel of healing. I asked you for a blessing. What is this? Wait a minute. Wait a minute now. I asked you for a breakthrough, not a breakdown. Come over here in this mirror. Get in this mirror, God. We got a discussion to have right now. We got some talking to do. Listen. Hey, hey. I prayed for a breakthrough, not no goddamn breakdown. Whatever the hell this angel you sent, take him back and send me one that's gonna help me. This motherfucker got a sharp sword. I didn't ask for that, but it's those times that you grow. Maybe I'm speaking to myself. Those are the times when I grow the most. Hey, Jake, come back here. Jake, I need my money. Elah, peace. Elah says how to make a diamond. Heat, pressure, cut out the impurities. Exactly. Exactly. Promethean says that which don't kill you makes you stronger. Framestar Film says toil is good for the soil. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Can you send this wonderful spirit to me when things are convenient? Could you send him at a better time, right? Because I'm a little bit busy right now. I got some stuff going on already. I don't know if this is a great. Can we schedule him to come next year, next month, maybe? Because right now this is a little too much on the plate. You know what I'm saying? He could wait. Oh, he's outside. You said let him in. Man, listen. You were supposed to cut something else out, not that. Ashley B says, I like to think of Chesed and Geburah like an inhale and exhale. Chesed, the inhale, we expand and have all the air we can take. Eventually, that air has to be exchanged, but we have to exhale first. Excellent metaphor. You on it tonight, Ashley. Excellent metaphor. Like constantly balancing the two. Rosa Flame says, smoking that sword pack. Sheesh, man. Feels like we the ones getting smoked. The way that damn sword come down. But you know what I'm saying? After it's all said and done, especially if you have, and see this, that's the crazy part too. That's when you're supposed to be exercising that faith the strongest, the hardest. Because guess what? The physical body, the memory, and all that is going to be telling you all sorts of human ways to run away from this growth. But you got to trust, you got to have faith, you got to understand you're not being forsaken, you're not being abandoned. Just like what I said last week, when you enter into a new octave in your spiritual path, it's like you're being born again. You're blind, you can't see. The old things that you used to do before, they don't work the same at this level. So before you might have been, you know what I'm saying, burning this and lighting that and summoning that, and that might have worked wonders for you in that previous stage. But when you get to this new stage, it's as if you've been stripped completely of all of your charms and tools, and you just out here naked, scrambling and scraping, as Diddy said. You feel utterly abandoned. And that's what he described was happening on this particular path. And on this particular path, that dark night of the soul. But don't get it twisted. That angel is not there to punish you. I don't know. Maybe somebody has been through what I'm describing. Maybe somebody's going through it. Maybe you haven't gone through it yet. But I tell you what, like those opportunities are the most perfect times to exercise your strength in that connection with the higher self, to exercise that connection between the individuality and the personality. Those are the best times because it's a little bit difficult to strengthen that connection when you're eating the fat of the land, right? When you're eating high on the hog, as they say. Anyways, anyways. The lords of karma may be likened to physical surgeons, though more properly they are restorers of cosmic balance or lords of truth. And that's one thing to remember, even though it's damn near impossible to think about in the moment of pain. This is cosmic balance being restored, right? Nobody said it had to feel good. Nobody said that. Now the Bible did say, "I will never leave and forsake you," right? He said that I will use all things to the good of those who love God. Right? He said, I will never lead or leave my followers begging for bread. You got all kind of promises like that. But he ain't never said, oh, it's gonna feel good all the way through. trust, faith. Three, these terms, which are, and we're talking about restorers of cosmic balance, the lords of truth. These are actually these are the esoteric names of this card: Justice, the restorer of cosmic balance, and the Lord of Truth. We're also talking about these particular angels of this path. So these terms, which are the esoteric titles of the tarot trump, give the whole theory of the path very well. The implications of the figure of justice on the card with the sword and scales are resumed in the astrological sign of the path, Libra, the scales. The path leads toward Geburah, which, as explained in Volume 1, has aspects which may be likened to a judgment hall. Like its opposite number, the 20th path, this path has affinities with Doth, for Doth is also a sphere of cosmic balance. 4. Perhaps the most complete analysis of the 22nd path is to be found in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, particularly the judgment scene. It was the Egyptian belief that each individual was judged after death and, according to the result, either went to life of everlasting bliss or was instantly annihilated. What's the difference, I wonder? 5. This is interesting from the point of view of modern esoteric teaching, for although it is not widely believed that any souls are completely annihilated, with certain rare exceptions, the cosmic doctrine on the function of comets as cosmic scavengers. Sheesh. So you really had to have read Cosmic Doctrine before this book, man, because he done referenced it too many times tonight alone. How many people got Cosmic Doctrine highlighted in your shelf somewhere? How many of y'all witnessing tonight's lesson got the Cosmic Doctrine book highlighted up and down on your shelf somewhere? If so, give yourself a pat on the back for being a good student. See? Plenty of people in here doing the work. That is awesome, dude. That is awesome. You ain't gonna be able to go in no other chat on YouTube and say that and get people to honestly say, yeah, me. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. I can say that with certainty. Rosa Flame says you should really read Cosmic Doctrine before studying the occult at all. I agree with you on one level and I disagree on another level. I would I would not consider that a beginner's book. I had it for years, but it took me so long to read it because I had to get my chops up, had to get my library of correspondences. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I still have to read it again, maybe two more times. It ain't an easy book, but it is most certainly foundational. It was most certainly foundational in that she gives you the, how do I say it? It's not a book of lessons and laws and rules, right? She doesn't say believe this and believe this and believe this. She's taking your mind on a journey and kind of carving out how these supernal, not even supernal, she's talking about the triple blackness. She's just carving out those images in your head. She's not telling you to make sense of it. She's just carving them in your head. So then when you come back to read stuff like this, the foundation is already laid. The backdrop is already laid. So cool, man. So cool. Boom, right there. No face divination says literally forcing you to imagine. I have never seen that happen in any other book. Dion Fortune, she was most certainly gifted at what she did. What a craft. What a talent. What a skill. What a wise woman. So fortunate and lucky to have her work have access to it, man. Because hell, it's a timeline out there where she didn't write no books or didn't publish them, I should say. Promethean says, honestly, Trev, I've never heard about it, but now I'll get it. I definitely recommend looking into it. Dion Fortune, the Cosmic Doctrine. Zero says Cosmic Doctrine is something big. I don't know anything, but I trust my taste. Rick Rubin. That is Orphic magician language if I ever heard it. Orphic versus Hermetic. That just goes to show, man, Orphic magicians, they're the ones who craft the entertainment industry. Absolutely. I bet you Diddy was an Orphic magician. Rest in peace, Diddy. Rest in peace to all his victims. Rosa Flame says, I'm doubling down. That and the Book of the Law, and then reread them every 12 to 18 months. Yeah. I think everybody should have like an occult book that really speaks to them on a level that is deeper than they understand. And you should read that book once a year. That's what I do with the mystical Kabbalah. We might have to switch to Cosmic Doctrine to tell you the truth. Tive Tai says, I think the Kabbalion is a better book for beginners. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Hunt it. Ghost of Official says the Egyptians took and twisted the religion of God. The Book of the Dead is a crock of BS. Woo. You might be onto something, Ghost Official. You might be onto something. Ilah says, I got a book coming out that will take you to Kether in 3 steps. Stay tuned. Gotta go for now. Good night. Good night, Ilah. Looking forward to hearing about that. I know done. Oh shit, I do have it. I thought you meant Deion Sanders. LOL. No wonder it came to me. Oh man, the Cosmic Doctrine by Deion Sanders. That would be interesting. The Diddler. Framestar Film says she wrote the Metaphysics of Genesis and Mystical Kabbalah and the backstory in Cosmic Doctrine. Damn. The prequel. The prequel to Genesis. All right. Let's get to it. Where were we? Oh yeah, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, which apparently was what do you say? It's apparently twisted, the twisted religion of God, and a crock of BS. The Cosmic Doctrine on the Function of Comets as Scavengers. The general Egyptian idea is in accord with esoteric tenets. When the personality is judged in accordance with spiritual principle, that part which measures up favorably will be assimilated by the individuality as part of its fund of manifest experience. So the individuality becomes enriched. I want to go back. 5. This is interesting from the point of view of modern esoteric teaching. For although it is not widely believed that any souls. Oh, no, no, no. We are on verse number 4. That's why. Verse number 4. Perhaps the most complete analysis of the 22nd path is to be found in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, particularly the judgment scene. It was the Egyptian belief that each individual was judged after death and, according to the result, either went to a life of everlasting bliss or instantly annihilated. What's the difference? 5. This is interesting from the point of view of modern esoteric teaching. For although it is not widely believed that any souls are completely annihilated, with certain rare exceptions, the cosmic doctrine on the function of comets as cosmic scavengers, the general Egyptian idea is in accord with esoteric tenets. When the personality is judged in accordance with the spiritual principle, that part which measures up favorably will be assimilated by the individuality, right? So, look, when the lower self is judged in accordance with the spiritual principle, so it's being measured according to the highest virtue. You're being put up there right next to God and being compared, okay? That part which measures up favorably will be assimilated by the individuality. So that's going to be assimilated by the soul. Interesting. I like that. I like that. As part of its fund of manifest experience. That kind of goes back to what I was saying as far as with evolution and the best parts, like say the egg and the sperm, the reptile brain, teeth to chew flesh, all that stuff. Those are the best parts of previous incarnations that have been assimilated by the soul and continue to replicate. The best parts keep replicating. That's what evolution is, really. That part which measures up favorably will be assimilated by the individuality as part of its fund of manifest experience. So the individuality becomes enriched. Evil traits, however, will be completely rejected, not through any policy of separation of sheep from goats or wheat from tares, but because that which does not conform with spiritual truth cannot, by that very fact, have any reality. It may have phenomenal existence, but it cannot have nominal being. Dang. That would make sense, right? Because if eventually the soul is going to make its sojourn back up across Doth, you can't take anything across Doth that is not in alignment with truth, with reality. I like this. This is cool. This is clarifying information. That's something to highlight for sure. Verse number 5. But because that which does not conform with the spiritual truth cannot, by that very fact, have any reality, it must be phenomenal. It might have phenomenal existence, but it cannot have nominal being. So we've got this image here of the spirit at the top, the soul in the middle, and the incarnated self at the bottom, right? Spirit, soul, and body. Now the spirit is one, and out of that one, many souls. And those souls have many incarnations, right? And these incarnations have physical bodies as anchors. Now, when the body dies, this mind is measured up against the original spirit. And it makes sense, right? It makes sense because if this is supposed to be a reflection of a reflection, if it is reflecting improperly, if it is dissonant with the source image, with the source code, it's discarded. But what is in alignment with, in resonance with, it's kept because essentially the spirit did a great job, a successful job at incarnating it. Because look at what was said in the previous chapter. This is so good. It is the reason for these incarnations is because it is reflecting itself within the material plane, within manifest reality. Spirit is reflecting itself within material reality, just like you would sit there and make a sim or a we me character, and you try to make it look like you to the best ability of the software. Well, whenever soul gets it right, it is assimilated, it's kept, it is stored in the Akashic records. So that when the next incarnate, when it's time to make a new version, the best parts are kept. And eventually, I think this is where we're getting to the perfection of the soul. When the soul finally learns how to manifest a great reflection of the spirit, the closer and the closer and the closer it gets, it's perfecting itself to the point that it doesn't have to anymore. It's done its task. Because then if the soul absorbs the perfect parts of the incarnations, then the soul starts to become perfect. And once the soul becomes perfect, it's a mirror image of the spirit. Vanilla ice cream, sprinkles on it, caramel too, and a cherry on top. That's how good that was. One True Goddess says, thanks to your channel and the mystical Kabbalah, really has changed so much in my life and this whole path for me. That is awesome to hear, One True Goddess. Awesome to hear. I'm grateful to be a part of your growth. And I hope that it continues and continues. Etheric says, I've experienced several visual trips during this live. Uh-oh. Promethean Aham Jyoti says, this whole time I've been thinking, damn, he had a good teacher. When you on next, I'll have my book ready. I've been off the top of my dome this whole time. I'll be back on Saturday. We try to do this every Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be happy to see you again, for sure. GigaCat says, devil is stronger. That's what I call mine too. Promethean says, the flash hits every middle Sephiroth. Joshy Bellows says, what is this black magic? If you know what it is, then why you ask what it is? Gizmo. Peace, peace, my Gemini twin. Did you know that Gizmo and I share the same birthday? Isn't that wild? Now, don't go telling everybody how old we are, Gizmo. I don't think we share the same year. We share the same day, that's for sure. Peace to you, Gizmo. Good to see your green self. Touchy Bello says, the only spirit I know is whiskey. Well, get to know your spirit as deeply as you can until you are one and the same. Ian Conley says, Trinity. Neo and Morpheus. Absolutely. Pork Hill says, hi right now. Thanks. I locked in. Perfect. Perfect. TV Tai says 777. That's that lightning flash. Promethean says, it ain't really black till you break the clip off. You sound young. Yeah, usually the trolls are. I couldn't imagine somebody of age with car payments and house payments scrolling live streams to troll. I'd imagine after all those years, they'd find something a little bit more entertaining to do with their time, with their evenings. But hey, this is a weird world, so who knows? Veronica says, yes, bro, and Morpheus. Can't forget Morpheus. Do you believe that's air you're breathing? Where are we at? 6. Non-existence of evil from a spiritual viewpoint does not mean that it may just be written off, ignored. Christian scientists might dispute the point, but while spirit itself must be perfect and free from evil on nominal levels, we live and move and have most of our being in phenomenal existence. And on these levels, evil is certainly very real. So, evil which is not absorbed into the individuality remains to be accounted for it must be absorbed in the end, though after transmutation or sublimation. This task, the individuality often does not care to face, but puts the matter off. Ah, Promethean, I was not talking about you. I was talking about the troll. The one asking about black magic. Uh-oh. What do you see, Rosa Flame? So, now we're starting to see, now we're starting to see here something about the soul. This task, the individuality often does not care to face, but puts the matter off. What task? What task? So, evil, which is not absorbed into the individuality, remains to be accounted for. Mhm. For it must be absorbed in the end, though after transmutation or sublimation. This task, the individuality often does not care to face, but puts the matter off. The principle is much like that of the personality not being able to face up to certain home truths about itself. Who was that in the chat that said the soul is doing shadow work? The scientific term for this almost universal situation is dissociation or repression, and the symptoms are the varying degrees of neurosis or even psychosis, which are so common. So, what do we get from that? Yo, even the soul has something that it's avoiding. Ain't that some shit, bro? Ain't that some shit? So, you got your human life, right? Going through your human stuff. You're anchored and locked into this monkey body, right? And it desires sex, food, and some safety, some shelter. Like those are some three insanely uh gravitational forces that are pulling every human brain, right? Most people cannot think outside of those parameters. Sex, food, and safety, right? Whether that means you being unsafe or trying to get safe. Anyways, those three parameters are ruling our lives. So it's hard for us to do anything outside of those parameters, let alone talk about some spiritual work, right? Think about it. How much of your spiritual path is completely free from sex, food, and protection? Because oh, what's the sex magic spells? Oh, what's the protection spells? What's the magical attack and hexes? Or how can I manifest more abundance? That will go for that food quality, right? How do I manifest abundance, right? How much of your magic and your spiritual work outside of those three parameters? That's that human shit. I know you don't want to hear it. Sex is divine, abundance is divine, protection is divine. I know. But even if we go past that, now we've got the soul, which is timeless. We have the soul, which exists above and beyond the human experience. And even the soul has something that it is avoiding, running from. So that would mean by proxy, or I should say by deduction, it has something that it's gravitating towards as well. Sheesh. That should mean to you that it is so important to get yourself balanced as much as you can so that you can assist your soul in its development. I mean, how many of your other incarnations are doing that? Wouldn't it be funny if all of your other all of your other incarnations figured this out except you? Passing the buck, right, right. Framestar Film says, if knowing thyself is not just mastering of oneself, but also recognizing that you are in fact indivisible with God. However, your God stuff has been buried under matter. Can matter not matter to you? Can matter not matter to you? That's a question for you. Can matter not matter to you? This is something that's got to be at the front of your mind all the time. Why? Because those other three forces are at the front of your mind all the time: sex, food, and safety. And when I say food, I mean like the gathering of things. It kind of overlaps with the safety too. Sheesh. Sheesh. But even if you get past all that, now the soul has things that it's avoiding, and it's avoiding having to transmute and absorb and reintegrate the darkness and these evil aspects of yourself, right? I know everybody's anti racism, everyone's anti genocide, everyone's anti hatred and anti war and all this stuff. But there is an aspect of your soul that is very much racist and ready to cut some necks and blow some shit up. That's why you're seeing it in the world. And one day, your soul's going to have to be sophisticated enough, evolved enough to be able to reintegrate that and harmonize it. Your soul is running from that just like you running from your meditations. Interesting. I'm learning something new tonight. Tibetai says, like Bobby Hemmett said, when I transition, I'm going to turn into an orgasm. LOL, but you're right, Trav. There's so much more to a balanced soul. Absolutely, man. I'm going to be quite real with you. The sexual lust stuff that stops right there at NetSac. That doesn't go any further. That's, and I'm not like talking about you, but I'm just saying, like, I think that it would do well for humanity to take a look at how difficult it is to divorce sex from our concept of reality. It is built into the animal, to the animal. Because once you go beyond the animal, sex starts to change its definition, doesn't it? Gender starts to change its definition once you get past the animal. Because now we're talking about function of energy, not function of organism. It's not about clapping cheeks. That is literally animal behavior. That ain't even love. We're just talking about reproduction. Well, hell, that ain't even reproduction. But anyways, what I'm saying is the soul has its own things, its own bridges to cross. Based. I am that I am says it would seem that the human experience, as lowly as it can appear at times, must be a catalyst for the soul's development as well. Otherwise, what are we doing? Absolutely. That's what it is, right? It is this catalyst for the soul's evolution. And I think that's really being made clear to me in this chapter and the previous chapter, for sure. For sure. Elisha Eternal says, what about sex without ejaculation? I mean, are you doing that thing where it's like, all right, I'm gonna quit smoking, but what if I just don't inhale? What if I just don't inhale? I'm gonna quit drinking, but what if I just don't swallow? I'll just take the shot and swish it around my mouth, but I'll spit it out. You know? And it's not even about the physical thing. It's all about the mentality behind it. It's all about the mentality behind it. Rosa Flame says it's a blessing to learn with you and from you. It is a blessing. It is a blessing to learn with you and from you as well. Thank you. You done corrected me on my live stream in front of the hoes and everything. Rosa Flame. You wait till you get something wrong. I'm gonna correct you. Correct you in front of the hoes. We're gonna see what you do. Wait till you mispronounce it. I'm gonna be on you. I'm gonna be on you. Actually, actually, it's pronounced ambulance, not ambulance. It's ambulance. All right, y'all. We ain't got too much time for me to be sidetracking. It's already 12:13. I'm just gonna swish around that shot. I ain't gonna drink it though. Shit, it won't take me but 2 times for that. Framestar Film says, I guess if everyone stopped fucking, that would be one way to stop the cycle. Monk's got it figured out, I guess. Yeah, yeah. I think that it would be great for us as human beings too. I think if the whole world took a break for a little bit, we would remember the beauty in it. Rose of Flame says, I need to finish Talismanic Magic anyway, for ours and Ophil's sake. Yes, yes. Shout out to the great Ophil. If it wasn't for him, this would not be happening right now. Veronica says, time is not real here. It's fun to be here. I know what you mean. I've been trying to crack that code and figure out, like, is it me? Is it my house? Is it us? Is it everybody? Like, what is this thing with time, bro? Time is damn near disrespectful, dude. It just goes so fast, but it doesn't feel like it. I swear to you, 12 hours is like 4 hours now, maybe six, if I'm doing something unpleasant, which is never. Promethean Ahamjyoti says, doing good, making this understandable to youngins. Thank you. I'm somewhat of I'm somewhat of a youngster myself. I understand the youth. That's one thing for me. Not really. Not really at all. Any slang words you hear from me, I learned them hours ago. All right, where we at, man? Oh yeah, psychosis. Okay, so 7. So we were just talking about this awesome concept of the soul and its reincarnations, its incarnations in reality. The best parts are kept. What determines the best part? If the best parts are a successful reflection of the spirit. So let's say, look at you, look at your life right now, everything you've done. Let's say it's your time right now. So here you are, and you're being measured up against the Holy Spirit, the actual Holy Spirit. You're being measured up against God Himself. See, it's different from judgment because you think that you're going to be in court somewhere and you got some dude in a robe with a gavel looking down at you trying to judge you going to hell or heaven, right? That's what we thought, but it's not that. You're being reduced to a pattern because that's what your life is. If you step outside of life if you step out of time, you'll see that your whole life is a frequency. It's literally a frequency. It's a up and a down frequency, right? Stuff that you did at different times of the day, the resonance that it gives off, et cetera, et cetera. From baby to death, your whole life it's a song. It's literally a song. You ever look at a song in an audio editing program and you see the waves going up and down? That's what your life is. So what they do is they take that waveform, and they compare it to the holy waveform, the God itself, Om, or whatever we're gonna say. And what parts of your specific song that lines up and matches perfectly with the ultimate song, that is kept. And what doesn't line up, what is dissonant, what doesn't match up, that is sliced away, edited off, and deleted. So we're gonna take that deleted stuff and keep it over here on the on the left. Now, the part that's kept, guess what happens to it? It is now added to the soul. So that's the soul's database has been updated now with the fruits of your labor. So all the things you did in your life that were the right thing to do, that were really a true reflection of God, that's now added to your soul and the database. And hey, in another incarnation, if we need that, we can now pull it directly from you. And maybe that's why, check this out. Maybe that's why you came into the world with certain gifts. Maybe that's why things are so much easier for you to pick up, right? Maybe you understand this stuff right here way faster than you should. Maybe you understand how to play a certain instrument way faster than anybody you know, right? Maybe there's certain skills that you have because hell, there was probably a past incarnation that used that skill as a way to connect with God. So it was kept in the database. Now the whole thing about this paragraph right here, what it's saying is, remember those parts that were sliced away and we kept that in the left hand over here? Those parts that were sliced away? And the even worse parts, right, for those people who've actually done some fucked up shit in reality, all those things have to be assimilated too, but they have to be converted, they have to be processed, they have to be broken down in order for the soul to reintegrate them. And that's something that the soul is actually avoiding. And you can't blame the soul because you would do that too. You do that too. But in the meantime, the soul is avoiding that. So, seven, we have here then the elements of a psychiatry of the individuality in addition to the more familiar orthodox psychiatry of the personality. So guess what? There's a psychology for the soul, man. Those aspects of former incarnations which are not absorbed remain linked to the individuality with a certain autonomous life of their own. Ooh, we talking about your real demons now. This accounts for the phenomena of magical bodies. Let's talk about these magical bodies. Let's talk about these magical bodies. 8. Magical bodies are met with chiefly by occultists, though they are indeed very common. They tend to be more defined with occultists, however, for such have, to some extent, formed a conscious link between personality and individuality. As a result of this link, ooh, the downside of connecting with your soul. As a result of this link, any magical bodies remaining in connection with the individuality will more easily manifest through the personality than is the case with most people. Oh my. 9. Magical bodies reveal themselves in much the same way as do the Jungian archetypes of the unconscious. That is, they may have a temporary obsessing effect. Oh no, is this the stuff we get obsessed over? Usually they stem from incarnations when great power was possessed and abused. They sometimes crop up in ritual and may be visible to clairvoyant sight. Even without clairvoyant sight, a change will become obvious when the officer concerned. His voice may take on a hard and domineering quality. And of course, the psychic stresses of the magical operation will be considerably altered. Quite often, too, the officer concerned will think that he is being very successful when such a thing happens, for it brings on a feeling of power and expanded awareness. But such is not the case, for that is not the manifestation through him of any divine force, but a re-stimulation of his own past misdoings. Oh my God. Are you clocking that? Are you standing on business? Do you see that? Such ritual, anybody who's ever done a ritual for real or worked some magic, such ritual magic. magical bodies are of ancient Egyptian priesthood more often than not. That priesthood being one which combined a great knowledge and practice of ritual magic with a rigid political dictatorship. And dictatorships by the priesthood are, by their very nature, far more domineering and insidious than dictatorships by politicians or the military. Thus, there was, during the thousands of years of Egyptian civilization, much opportunity for the abuse of power. Hmm, I gotta digest some of that. Sheesh, man. These thought forms, right? Maybe some of these entities you dealing with are yours. You brought them from before. You just ain't clean them up. Oh, man, I think I might see one of mine. I think I might see one of mine. Holy shit. Interesting. Interesting. No, I think I know one that I have. Oh boy. I hope somebody else is having this tap in to the point that you might be able to recognize something about yourself. 11. Another common source of magical bodies is the military of past ages, though these do not tend to come up in ritual. Restimulation seems to be sparked off more often than not by similarity of conditions or surroundings. Right, right, right. So if you have been working magic for a while and you started to develop a magical personality, right? And you know what I'm talking about. When you go into ritual and you become the magical you, there's nothing wrong with that. But what I'm saying is, if you've been the magical you enough times, you may or may not have started to notice there might be other energies that continually come up. Sometimes they possess you, sometimes you befriend them, sometimes you try to fight them. But perhaps you may or may not have noticed other intelligences or other energies at work when you enter your magical state, when you're doing your rituals, when you're doing your thing. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it's just me. I don't know if y'all actually do any of that. I don't know if y'all actually do any of that, but this is shedding some light on some things for me for sure. Promethean Ahamjyotis says, I would strongly recommend a Gnostic book called The Thunder Perfect Mind. Seriously could change one's inner self the first time around. The Thunder Perfect Mind. I'll type it in. Let's see. Voice of the Divine Feminine. Okay. Wait, is that it? The Thunder Perfect Mind? Voice of the Divine Feminine? You talking about hmm, I see two. I see one of them looks real new and one of them looks real old. Did you give me the author? Rose of Flame says, Sheesh, you better purify yourself before you get going on this path and start opening third eyes and all that, trying to clean up all your past mess. Yikes. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says, I recommend Christ, Psychotherapy, and Magic by Anthony Duncan Douglas, student of Gareth Knight, who taught him Kabbalah and speaks on it in his book with Pathworking and Ancient Incubation. I feel like he mentioned that book in this one, didn't he? Elisha Eternal says Bobby Hemmett also talked about one of his buddies, said demons kept following around. He said, no, those are your homies. Right, right. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's another aspect here. Framestar Film says maybe our soul is that of a demon or aspect of many, with another chance for redemption here. Shit, right, right. We could be the expression of that evil attempting to process and recalibrate. That's the possibility as well. That's the possibility as well. Let's keep going. Okay, so yeah, we're talking about this restimulation. Another common source of magical bodies is the military of past ages, though these do not tend to come up in ritual. Restimulation seems to be sparked off more often than not by similarity of conditions or surroundings. That's key right there. Because when it makes sense, if you were doing a Kabbalistic magic, Egyptian magic, or anything of the sort in previous incarnations, wouldn't it make sense that when you start doing it again, some of the same patterns would pop up? Sometimes I wonder, am I successful at this just because I'm successful at this? Or am I successful at this because I've already unlocked this in previous lifetimes? And I'm just like continuing from here. And would that be the case for like you all? Maybe there are some people who really, you know what I'm saying? It's not for them. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to say, I don't want to, I want everyone to have hope, you know? Thus, one might be walking one day out of a building, whether it be a department store or whatever, that is built with pillars and wide steps in the classical style, and suddenly one has an upsurge of feeling of power. One stops, looks around, expecting to see, and in fact, actually seeing and hearing in the imagination the roaring of a Roman crowd and oneself dressed as a Roman officer or dignitary. 12. Normally, one would shake one's head and pull oneself together and pass on one's way. It is only if such a thing became really obsessive that there would be trouble. In fact, such might be the cause of some insanity. Not that all who call themselves Napoleon are to be taken too literally. 13. Such a consideration may serve to knock some of the glamour off of the vestiges of former incarnations, which is all to the good. They are not really glamorous, manifesting usually as bursts of apparently unaccountable bad temper, irritability, or frustration. The latter, particularly so as in the 20th century, one cannot carry out the impulses of one's evolutionary youth and have someone flogged or flayed for knocking into one on the street. The past does have a romantic glow for many people, though, and to such we must give the remainder that an upstart bully of a Roman officer is no more glamorous than his modern West Point or Sandhurst counterpart. Similarly, a Shemming Egyptian priest of Amun Ra or Osiris is little different from his modern counterpart jockeying for a sincere sinecure in the church. Not that all military officers are vain bullies or all priests ambitious schemers, of course, far from it. But the point is that ancient folly is no more commendable or exciting. than modern folly. Goodness. I am Ku says, I gave that entity you speak of a name so I can further study it, and I came to that realization of cleansing my karma or true spiritual wants. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. See, we come into an awareness of these things. Like all of these spirits that you come into contact with, and I mean the real ones, not something you downloaded and you pretend to work with. These real entities that are really a part of your life, they are meant to be transmuted. They're meant to be integrated. You can't fight a spirit. What do you mean fighting a spirit? What are you doing? You lit a candle and burned some incense, and that's fighting a spirit? What kind of fight is that? What? And if it's gonna run away by you burning some incense, then you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we really dealing with here? These things are meant to be integrated, harmonized. But any of these entities that we really are dealing with, I could see them being leftovers from a previous incarnation. Promethean Ahamjyoti says the thunder perfect mind is more hermetic gnos than anything else. It's Gnostic, but it's the most beautiful thing I've ever read. It speaks of male, female, mother, father, brother, sister, killer, and killed. Anyway, it's the most profound short text I've ever come across. Okay, I'll get it. I'll get it. Rawstein. Peace. Rawstein says grab a book called Dictionary of Ancient Deities. If you can find it. I'm pretty sure that's one of those that ain't on the market. Rosa Flame says, yeah, Trav, that's why I talk about demons and spooky stuff, so I can hopefully help teach people that with those spirits. I was thinking, man, I might have to get back into the Goetia stuff. I might have to go back into the Goetia stuff. I didn't really fully flesh it out as much as I could have, but let's face it, man. It might be entertaining. I think I might have to go back, tap back into the Goetia stuff. Ain't nothing wrong if you want to net all night long. Yeah, 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 yeah. Uh, 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 uh. Ain't nothing wrong if I'm running all night long. Wait a minute, I'm not monetized anymore. I can say what I want. Tibet Tai says Dictionary of Ancient Deities has a free PDF. You know what? You're absolutely right. I'm thinking of Encyclopedia of Ancient Deities by Turner, by Patricia Turner. That's the one that Bobby Hemmett mentioned and is impossible to get. I mean, I have it, but you know. Encyclopedia of Ancient Deities. Bravestar, there are children present. Ain't nothing wrong. He was trying to plead his case. I still, to this day, that baffles me that that was a national hit. People around the world were singing this at the top of their lungs in clubs across the world. Ain't nothing wrong. I wish I had a PDF. I got the physical version. I am definitely not finna take pictures of it to create a PDF. I need a PDF for my chat GPT. She's insatiable and I have to feed her my entire library. Oops, I wasn't supposed to say that. But I can't find a PDF for it, and I'm not about to make my own. Anyways, ain't nothing wrong with getting back to this text. All night long. Yay, yay. Somebody mentioned Bruno, didn't they? Somebody in the chat mentioned Bruno. Who was that? There you go. Chicano's Fighting for Higher Learning says, yes, I've been studying Bruno's work lately and I see his name on the page. I say to Bruno, there it is. All right, so while most magical bodies seem to build up round instances of abuse of power, this is not necessarily always so. They could equally involve an abuse of wisdom or love. I could go into this, but might step on some toes. Remember when I mentioned two things. Number one, I mentioned when you go into ritual, right? Sometimes those of you who are magical practitioners and you're doing your thing, and sometimes you might feel the presence of these other entities or these other intelligences. I'm not talking about demons. I mean something different, like something that comes over you and you think that it's you because in a past life it probably was, right? Maybe you were practicing this type of magic several lifetimes ago, hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, and you tapping back into those similar currents. That spirit of you from the past might overcome you. Well, it's not limited to this, right? Perhaps, you might have a particular skill in manipulating people, right? You might have a particular skill in manipulating lovers. Perhaps when you get in that mode, in that zone, something overtakes you and you just become extraordinarily skilled at certain things. Well, that also could be remnants from a past self that hasn't been integrated. mm mm I think we definitely see it often with musicians, for sure. But yeah, I would say any field of human wisdom, this type of thing can happen. Such might be very fair seeming, and thus they may be the more insidious. We might have one so filled with the love of his brother's soul that he cheerfully has him stretched on the rack and burnt at the stake to preserve him from heresy. One can well imagine the difficulty that might be encountered by an individuality trying to absorb the acts of one of its personalities that, for instance, in a travesty of love, hammered a wooden wedge into Giordano Bruno's mouth so that he could not put his soul in jeopardy by uttering heresies or blasphemies while he was being burned alive. Sheesh. Sheesh. Like I said, I understand. I understand why the soul would hesitate to reabsorb some of these folks, some of these past incarnations. I get it. It's kind of like watching gore videos. I remember when I was young in high school, I used to always watch these gore videos because, the internet wasn't as censored back then. So like you could literally on school computers go to rotten.com and shit, and we'd see all kind of horrible images, and it would almost be a competition to see who could find the most fucked up stuff, man. But now, I don't want to see that shit. I do not want to see any of that anymore. I remember as a kid looking at that stuff and it stuck in my head. I remember this one dude with the motorcycle accident and his jaw was completely ripped off and you could see his tongue just hanging. That shit stayed in my head for so long. I don't want that stuff bouncing around in my head. So I can understand, right? The soul would hesitate to want to reintegrate certain experiences and certain incarnations and kind of has them sitting off of the sideline for a later date, right? When I was young, it was cool, but now it's like, I just don't. I don't. And I said that to paint a picture, right? The soul itself, it would be much like that, but even more intense because you're talking about an actual lived life, you know? Imagine having one of your incarnations as a serial killer. Ooh, yeah, yeah. 15. Such magical bodies then may be met with, and they may be considered as elements in one's past experience, rejected from the judgment hall. Did he just say that they may be experienced as elements? Rejected from the judgment hall of Osiris, or in other words, not assimilated by the individuality. Obviously, their continued existence in the manner outlined above is pathology, albeit a common one. What then do we do about it? There we go. Now let's get to it. 16. The answer lies in one word: redemption. As a word, redemption has almost lost its meaning, though through over familiarity. It means the ability to face up to the true situation within oneself, coupled with the willingness to change it. This is a lot easier to say than it is to do, for it requires ruthless honesty, considerable powers of discernment, and not a little courage, but prolonged intention and aspiration, which can be easier achieved by dedication to some religious organization, esoteric or exoteric. So we're talking about redemption, right? The ability to face up to the true situation within oneself, right? Face up to the truth within yourself, coupled with the willingness to change it. So not only do you see it, but you also got to be willing to change it. Sounds a lot like repentance in the Christian mythos, right? Repenting and being forgiven. Sounds like that. The ability to face up to the true situation within oneself, coupled with the willingness to change it. You got to have both of those. Some people can look at themselves and see what needs to be fixed, but not be willing to change it. This is a lot easier to say than it is to do, for it requires ruthless honesty, considerable powers of discernment, and not a little courage, but prolonged intention and aspiration, which can be easier achieved by dedication to some religious organization, esoteric or exoteric, will help to attain it. With a magical body, the aim is to face up to it. The aim is to face up to it, see exactly what it is, what it has done, accepting this, however hideous or disgusting it may be. And once this confrontation has been fully achieved, then one has power over that magical body instead of being the passive victim of its arbitrary and unpredictable re-stimulation. Goodness gracious. 17. The controlled use of a magical body is of practical concern only to a ceremonial magician. There are not many other circumstances where the ability to take on the mentation of an earlier epoch would be much use, unless perhaps one is an historical novelist. It may be of general interest, though, that such is the means of communication used by the inner plane adepti. Somebody mentioned the ascended masters before. Hmm. I always thought that George Lucas and Star Wars was a channeled story, certainly not a creation of one man's imagination. You can't tell me Star Wars and that whole universe is not a channeled story. So let's get into this part about the inner plane adepti, these ascended masters, right? Having communications with these advanced practitioners. It may be of general interest, though, that such is the means of communication used by the inner plane adepti. A master has no vehicle of personality, for his last personality will have been absorbed into his individuality like all others. His usual mode of being is as a center of abstract mental force. Hold the phone, hold the phone. Wait a minute now. So, is it a possibility that a personality can maintain itself separate from an individuality on a higher plane? And would you even want to do that? Is that what the left hand path is all about? Hmm. Hmm. A master has no vehicle of personality, for his last personality will have been absorbed into his individuality like all the others. His usual mode of being is as a center of abstract mental force, which could be equated on the tree with chesed. Naturally, a human being existing at such a level would be hard put to communicate with human beings on Earth, most of whom do not operate consciously even as high as Tiphareth. Sheesh, boy. Who the fuck else are they gonna be talking to right now? Who else would these folks be talking to right now? Boosie? Sabrina Carpenter? Louis? Peace, peace. Dang. These last two chapters have some things to think about, don't they? I am Ku says Kalindi E talks about holding on to your personality so you can develop it head on. I see, I see, I see. Boosie badass. Like imagine that, dude. But I mean, I'm sure that they know that it's like this, right? Like Yoda and the Jedi after they were all banished across the galaxy. Them ascended masters know it ain't gonna be too many people that can hear them, let alone be willing to listen, and even fewer willing to do. Who else would they be talking to, man? Bouncing off the forehead. Bouncing off the forehead. E-Town says E-Town 216 says personality and individuality are two different things. Absolutely. So personality and individuality. We're talking about personality being the lower self, your ego, your mind, this this thing that has formed out of your thoughts, that which you think you are. That's your personality. Individuality is the soul that it came out of. So the soul is this giant cloud and it's expressing a bunch of personalities throughout time and space. All those different personalities, just like yourself, are different independent beings, but they're all expressions of that one individuality. And after you die, you go back up to that individuality. And what resonates is kept. What does not resonate is discarded off to the side. But the thing is, that's what we're talking about in this chapter here. That aspect that is discarded off to the side, it still has to be absorbed. But the soul's kind of avoiding that for now because it's a bit difficult. And right here, he started to mention this thing about ascended masters and interplane adepti, and I had a side thought about would it be possible for that lower self, that lower self's mind, to deliberately not be absorbed by the soul and continue its existence elsewhere, what would be the benefit of that, though? I don't know. Okay, so let me just go back to that one more time. The controlled use of a magical body is of practical concern only to a ceremonial magician. There are not many other circumstances where the ability to take on the mentation of an earlier epoch would be much use. That's what made me think of Star Wars. I wanted to say Game of Thrones, but I never watched that show. But I'm sure. I think a lot of these great artistic works of art, I think it would be fair to say that a lot of them have been tapped into by some of this resonant, you know what I'm saying, unintegrated past selves, right? So you could say maybe you were a warlord in the 1300s, right? And some of that murder and slaughter and bloodshed, right? The women, the children, right? Or whatever Anakin said. Probably all that bloodshed and slaughter, the soul doesn't want to absorb that right now. So it's kind of kept up there in these Akashic records, waiting to be absorbed later. Perhaps you, as an incarnation now, you know what I'm saying, you might be an author and you might be studying the past. And when you get into that zone, your mind naturally gravitates to what you used to do a couple of lifetimes ago. So now you're able to tap in and make this epic TV series or movie that just moves people because it's so realistic. There's something about it that's just, you know, it puts people there. They relive it with you. It could very well be because you were actually a part of that thing. I think a lot of art that is very moving might be able to answer to that. And if you look back at Taught with Shooty, she says something about that too. She talks about how that real art is, it doesn't come from the ego. It doesn't come from the lower self. That real art that moves the world and moves the masses, that people love and cherish for decades and generations, that stuff comes from the transcendental mind. So I think we onto something right here. Enchanted Cottage 333. Peace and greetings, Enchanted Cottage. See, I had to tap in with your live stream before I started my live stream. Because, like I say, man, I'm saying this from my own accord, right? Enchanted Cottage 333 is my favorite tarot reader on all of YouTube. That's where I go when I want a message. And I done said that a couple times now. So if y'all ain't subscribed to Enchanted Cottage 333, you see she be on there damn near every day. Check out Enchanted Cottage. Get you a reading. This is one that I trust. For sure, for sure. Peace, peace, Auntie Karen. I hope you're having a good night. Ashley B says, I think Tolkien definitely tapped into something with Lord of the Rings. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Elisha Eternal says, someone that paints a house isn't the same as someone that's painting. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. If you have taught with Shooty, maybe see if you can find that chapter where she's talking about an artist and how um, the real art that really moves people comes from the transcendental mind. And think about what's being said in this paragraph here. So it may be of general interest, though, that such is the means of communication used by the inner plane adepti, right? So we've got these inner plane adepts who are communicating with certain students who are currently incarnated, right? And this is how they communicate through that same channel. A master has no vehicle of personality, they have no lower self. Why? For his last personality will have been absorbed into his individuality, into his higher self, like all the others. His usual mode of being is as a center of abstract mental force, which could be equated on the tree with chesed. Naturally, a human being existing at such a level would be hard put to communicate with human beings on Earth. Sheesh, sheesh, boy. You be looking down on this plane at a bunch of lumps of clay. You hear me? That's what it feel like actually being alive. Lumps of clay, boy. You trying to send out a signal. Like Louis said, it's bouncing off of foreheads. Naturally, human being existing at such a level would be hard put to communicate with human beings on Earth, most of whom do not operate consciously, even as high as Tiphareth. The master therefore takes on a magical body. That is, he regenerates the abstract stresses of an old personality of his and uses this as a vehicle of communication. Think about that. So, this is something kind of new to me. I've kind of, played with ideas, but this is presented in a unique way for me. We have this soul, right? And we have this individual who incarnated on Earth and he attained the status of like enlightened. He's become like this master at this craft, and his body died. So his body it goes to the earth, and his mind and his personality is absorbed by the soul. However, he manages to keep himself together by sheer will and exists independently of his soul. Now, we just talked about the fact that the soul has aspects of itself that it did not want to integrate just yet. So they kind of pushed off to the side. Well, hell, that makes for perfect material for that ascended master to possess and use as a communication tool. And we didn't get to that part, and I don't know if we'll get to it, but does that make sense as to why it would be so much easier for that ascended master to communicate if the incarnations are coming out of the same soul? The master therefore takes on a magical body. That is, he regenerates the abstract stresses of an old personality of his and uses this as a vehicle of communication. It is because of this that masters do not like their identities to be widely publicized, for it naturally tends to lead outsiders to identify the master as he is now, with the personality he was at some time in the past. There is naturally a vast difference, for all personalities are of limited experience and capacity. And because of this, some masters use more than one identity with which to communicate. They select the personality most able to transmit the teaching they want to give, much as one might pick a different suit of clothes from the wardrobe according to the kind of place one was going out to. Oh man, this is good stuff. Rosa Flame says, gets a little heavy when you realize this current here. Love. Yeah. Yeah. This is really spawning a lot of different kind of thoughts in my head. 18. Reverting to the judgment scene of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, we may say that the ultimate devourer of the unjustified, depicted on the papyri as a fearsome crocodile headed monster, is a part of ourselves. Like most fearsome bugaboos, uh-uh. Like most fearsome bugaboos in religious myth or legend, the supposedly evil monstrosity is, in reality, a cloak for something which we cannot face within ourselves, namely, in this case, the redemption and assimilation of all our past. Much of this confrontation is done on the lateral 19th path, but the initial weighing up of all the factors, leaving nothing out of account, is on the 22nd path. Hmm. So many thoughts. Because also, guys, so if the inner plane adepti and these ascended masters use that discarded dark stuff that the soul didn't absorb, doesn't that also make sense to why we often look at this occult stuff as dark and spooky with skulls and monsters and these scary beings? What if that's all the leftover stuff that the ascended masters have to work with? And it actually does a great job because one, it keeps away people who aren't ready, and two, it proves your strength if your curiosity can overcome your fear. Because I tell you what, after you start working with these evil spirits and the dark magic, if your heart is actually moving in the direction of unification with your soul, you're going to find that. Yeah, there are people out here who do this stuff just because they're hurt and they want to hurt other people. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the true practitioners. You're seeking the truth no matter where it's to be found. I think that kind of person, when they get into working with these different spirits and things like that, they inevitably find God. Holy cow. 19. All pictures of the Egyptian Judgment Hall show a balance. An alternative title for the place or subjective condition is the Hall of the Double Mayat. Mayat is the Egyptian goddess who, besides being the feminine counterpart of the recording god Thoth, is the goddess of absolute law. And the heart of the dead is weighed in the balance against the symbol of Mayat, which is a feather emblematical of right and truth. The fact that it is the heart that is weighed is interesting in that the heart center corresponds to Tiphareth. And Tiphareth is the lower focusing point on of the individuality where contact with the personality is made. 21. Minor details vary from papyrus to papyrus, but the weighing is usually performed by Anubis, the opener of ways, who also leads the soul to the judgment hall. In other papyri, the weighing is done by Maya herself, in which case is the papyrus of Kenna. The head of Anubis appears on the upright balance. Thoth records the result of the weighing, and the justified soul is led by Horus from thence to the presence of Osiris, who is accompanied by his consorts, Isis and Nephthys. 21. The point to remember in all this is that all the God forms are aspects of the soul itself and not external agencies. Can you lock that in? I know that's a hard lesson for people to learn. Some don't want to, some say they do but don't, but all these God forms are aspects of the soul. And what's the soul? The individuality. all these entities are aspects of the soul itself and not external agencies. Thus, the process may be considered psychologically as a condition of self assessment, where the personality is absorbed by the individuality, Osiris, with the exception of any aspects which cannot be absorbed or confronted at that time. These latter aspects are devoured by the strange beast mentioned hitherto, which means that they have no existence as far as the individuality is concerned. That's why I said that, right? What's the difference between going to heaven and being obliterated? What's the difference? What's the difference? What's the difference? The latter aspects are devoured by the strange beast mentioned hitherto, which means that they have no existence as far as the individuality is concerned, though they do remain to be accounted for later. The devouring beast thus becomes a repository or a vast complex of repressed material, and so is the dweller on the threshold. There it is. That hideous form that has to be faced before leaving one state of existence for another. The form is all of the adverse aspects of oneself that one has not faced up to, and it is met in its final form on the 19th path. In the context of that path, it is sometimes referred to by esotericists as the hunchback. The hump of its back is the weight of unresolved sin, and it appears in the popular imagination as Punch or Punchinello, the hero of the children's puppet theater and originally of the Italian Commedia dell'arte. And I'll even go as far as to say that's Papa Perusha in Top with Shooty. Look, look now. So that's what happens. Right. E-Town 216 says final boss. Right. Remember old school Mortal Kombat? I don't know if they still do this, but I played Mortal Kombat on SNES and Sega Genesis. When you had to beat a person, you went up that tower, and you beat the next person, and you kept going up them towers, fighting all the different Mortal Kombat contestants. Who was up there before you had to fight Shang Tsung at the end and Goro right before him? Who did you have to face? You had to face yourself. You had to go against yourself. So what's happening here, man? You got the soul, and after every incarnation, the good is absorbed and the bad is cast off to the side, fed to this horrible beast, right? And this horrible beast is consuming and devouring, or should I say, holding until you're ready, all these adverse aspects. All these adverse aspects. Oh, you're going to have to deal with them. But what happens is after incarnation, see, we could have dealt with it one at a time and been all right. But no, we got to face the congealed jello mold concoction of all of our unresolved negativity from all of our the shadow of the soul basically. This is your dweller on the threshold. This is your shadow, your ultimate shadow. Golly. And I guarantee that it's so potent that you're feeling it now. You're feeling parts of it and aspects of it bleed through into your existence. Sheesh, boy. You gonna have to face that son of. You gonna have to face that that mother. Goodness. You think you got ops now? You think you got enemies now? Wait till you meet that dweller on the threshold. All the worst parts of you and every single you that has ever been. Just boiling, just festering, just cooking, stewing, waiting. This is why it's so important to do shadow work now. You shave off a little chunk now. Deal with a little bit of it now. Neutralize that thing piecemeal, piece by piece. Framestar Film says the shells cast off to create our own clip-off trees. That's exactly what's happening here. That's the only clip-off that we need to be concerned with, really. That's your personal clip-off. I love it, man. I love it. Because, like, when we make stuff external, when we make stuff outside of ourselves, it's easier to deal with. But looking in that mirror is tough. What's going on in your clip-off? What kind of demons are going to be found in your personal clip-off? That's why I love the movie Hellraiser so much. At least the first two. And it ain't gonna be no fight. It's not gonna be a Kung Fu Mortal Kombat fight. Oh no. You're gonna have to give it a hug. Spiky flesh and all. Grotesque. E-Town says, so how do you face it? How do you beat it? Ain't no beat it. Ain't no beat it. Ain't no beat it. Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya. You better figure out how to turn that enemy into a friend. And your best friend at that. Oh Lord, kumbaya. Better shave off a chunk piece by piece. Better cut that steak in pieces. Little bites. Little bites. I tell you what. Fat Tony says too deep in to want to taste the steak now. Hey. Oh Lord, kumbaya. We have such sights to show you. You said you liked it. You bought me this game. You said I could stay here. I thought you liked pain. What's that for? Protection? Protection? Protection from whom? Me and Smokey, you know how it is. Oh no, no, son. It's not like that. You kids are nothing but punks. Sissified. Quick to pick up a gun. Put your dukes up. Put the gun down. Put your dukes up. Now you're a man. Your uncle picked up a gun once. 25 years old. You got a choice. All right? Oh, yeah, yeah, the best part. You win some, you lose some, but you live. Live to fight another day. Put the gun down. Put your dukes up. Now you're a man. That was when he became a man. And I tell you what, that speech right there healed a lot of karma for a whole generation. Because that's the first and only time a lot of people ever heard anything like that. What's that for? Protection. Protection. Protection from who? Me and Smokey. I don't want Smokey down to his house. You know how it is around here. Oh no, son, no. It's not like that. You kids ain't nothing but punks. Sissified. Quick to pick up a gun. Right? But Hollywood's the enemy. All right. So the dweller on the threshold, the darkness. See, like, There is no scarier demon. There is no more terrifying devil than your own shadow. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. You can look for the scariest demon. You can look, but I'm telling you, ain't no demon more terrifying. Ain't don't because look, this is a demon that actually keeps you up at night. This is one that actually haunts your dreams, haunts your memories, right? Because some people, I mean, I don't know. Some of y'all may have done some things in your past that you just hadn't been able to sit right with, and it haunts you from time to time. That's the type of thing we talking about here. That dweller on the threshold. You have to face it one day, right? We all have to face it one day. Kristen, welcome, welcome, man. Welcome, welcome. Let's see how much we got. One. Oh Lord, kumbaya. All right, so we got one, two, three pages left, like 3.5 pages left. We certainly have gone through it, haven't we? But I'm telling you, the answer is the same. The answer is the same. It's not about a fight because how can you fight something like that? This isn't physical. This is energetic. And energy can either be amplified or it can be neutralized. If you got a tub full of hot water, remember when you was a kid and you had to make your tub, you had to draw the bath and you made it too hot? What did you do? You cut on the cold water, right? Let the cold water run for a little bit. Then you had to get in and do that little swish move. You know, when you put one arm on the right side and one on the left side, and you gotta swish it because you want to mix the cold water with the hot water to make it warm enough so that you can actually get in it. Well, that's what you're gonna have to do with this entity. You have to integrate it. It is also a part of you. Rosa Flame says people see Monsters Inc. as a dead giveaway, but all I saw when I watched it was a movie about generational trauma. Hey, Rosa Flame, wait till all the conspiracy theorists learn about projection and how you see what's inside of you. You see what you want to see. Anybody listen to Poison the Well? Poison the Well saved me from so many bad trips. I tell you what. Look at this wall and notice the one that borrows and steals. Been missing you, and like always, we are on the same path doing similar things. The moon to my son, Rohini. Yeah, I hope that you're still up later on. I hope that still later on we can connect. If you're still up, if not, we'll try again tomorrow. So we definitely need to conversate, Kristen. Some things to talk about for sure. So I ain't got nobody to talk to. Listen up. Here's a story about a little guy that lives in a blue world, and all day and all night, and everything he sees is just blue like him. Inside and outside, blue his house with a blue little window and a blue Corvette. Thing is blue for him and himself and everybody around, cause he ain't got nobody to listen to. I'm blue. Da ba dee da ba da. Hey. I remember when that song came out. That was the coolest thing I ever heard. And a little video with the aliens and all that. All right, seriously though. So, the dweller of the threshold, serious business. This ain't gonna be the last time you hear this concept. Damn sure ain't gonna be the last time you experience this concept. Shadow work is important. 22. These are ideas of a judgment in most religious doctrines, though the Christian belief prefers to consider the judgment to be that of all humanity at one fell swoop at the end of the world, right? Our idea of a judgment day is that all of humanity is judged all at one time. From an esoteric standpoint, this is a misinterpretation. There may well be a final form of general assessment made then, but the whole doctrine of reincarnation makes the belief in a personal subjective assessment after each life almost a logical necessity, right? So, yeah, there may well be a final form of a general assessment made, but the whole doctrine of reincarnation makes the belief in a personal, subjective assessment after each life almost a logical necessity. Some of the more hideous forms of the revelation of St. John the Divine might be considered, however, as aspects of the dweller on the threshold of the whole human race. Yeah, the dweller on a group level. Understand that too, man. As much as humans stink, we're still, you know, a part of the human race. So the human race itself has a karma. Sheesh. Sheesh, man. 23. Whilst on the subject of death, whether of an epoch, an evolution, or an individual, we should also mention the death of initiation. In our present context, we are concerned with initiation at the Tiphareth level. This also brings in its wake a subjective judgment or assessment, and the process is described symbolically and not without humor in the chemical marriage of Christian Rosencreutz. Now, in this story, all the candidates for knowledge of the higher mysteries are weighed in a golden balance, and those who fail the test are rejected. And as the book says, after the Inquisition had passed over the gentry, the learned and unlearned, and in each condition, one, it may be, two, but mostly none being found perfect. It came to those vagabond cheaters and rascally lapidem spittlum ficum makers who were set upon the scale with such scorn that for all my grief I was ready to burst my belly with laughing. Neither could the prisoners themselves refrain, for the most part could not abide that severe trial, but with whips and scourges were jerked out of the scale. Peace, peace, Promethean Aham Joiti. Generational karma. Yeah, man, it's a lot of groups, right? Because of course you've got your karma. I mean, pretty much, I'm gonna just break it down to you. Any connection that you have with another person, there is a at least a small egregore formed, a small like database of karma that's formed. So that could be you, your siblings, your cousins, your family, or your immediate family, your parents and all that, your whole family, lineage, your whole bloodline. You know what I'm saying? Your race, your culture, your country, your country. Civilization, the planet, past, present, and future. All those things have their own private little databases of karma. And depending on you, right, and your role, how you play your cards, you can decide how much of that you can cash in or be exempt from. Kind of like how those people that know tax loopholes, karma has certain things like that too. Karma has something like that too. Arthur Morgan says, I am Muslim, but I really respect you. What a nice thing to say, Arthur Morgan. Elijah Eternal says, now I can understand people with God complex wanting to save the world. Yes. Witchy Crafter says, there are three types of karma. Hell yes. I don't remember the names of them. I did find an obscure book about it, though. Elijah Eternal says, that kind of takes the stress off things and paradoxically adds more weight at the same time. Yeah. And with that type of understanding, how something that's like a relief but more pressure at the same time, that's when it's like, well, interesting to know, but I still have to do what I'm doing. Fat Tony says, the light, step into the light, Muslim. Carol Ann. Lapidum spitulum ficum. What the hell is that? So 24. This passage is particularly interesting in that the description of the mistress of these ceremonies may well be a description of the appropriate tarot trump as it was in 1616, or possible 1601 or '02, or even, if we are to believe the claims of the manuscript itself, 1459. This personage is described as a virgin who had arrayed herself all in red velvet and girded herself with a white scarf. Upon her head she had a green wreath of laurel, which much became her. Much became her. Okay, so check that out. Check that out. Eat Town 216. I want you to take that right there, write it down or screenshot it or whatever. Whatever. Sanchita Prarabdha and Kriyamana. I want you to look them words up, research them words, not just a Google search because Google ain't really reliable anymore. Go ahead and feed that to GPT or do some cross referencing on one of them authentic Indian sites. Look up Sanchita, Prarabdha, and Kriyamana, especially if you're anyone that's interested in karma. I highly suggest looking up these three words because I guarantee that you haven't heard of them or the concept. Well worth it for sure. Richie Crafter says Sanchita is all karma. Prarabdha is the portion now active birth chart, and Kriyamana, what you're doing with your free will. Agami is what's accumulating for future use. And I'm willing to wager that what we're reading about, as far as that unassimilated stuff, is going to fall in that category of Agami. Yeah, look them three terms up. The book that I got, it was some obscure Indian book. It was half in Sanskrit, but it talked about these three. Um, I'd have to really dig for it because I don't even remember the last time I saw that text. But yeah, karma is a deep subject, and it's you know you've been on my channel. It's way more than just rewards for good, punishment for bad. Way more than that. We're talking about your potential, your capability. Let's get back to it. 25. The 22nd path has an additional importance in it that it is on the line of the lightning flash, representing the line of the descent of involution of the Sephiroth. The Hebrew letter of the path, Lamed, has reference to this. Geburah represents the condition of the spirit in action at the higher levels of form, and the subsequent descent to Tiphareth by the 22nd path is the establishment of the spirit as a unit of individuality at these subsupernal levels, from which levels the further projection of a personality into earth is made. Okay, so an extra emphasis of importance is made is because this particular path is directly a part of that lightning flash of manifestation that's jumping downwards. So this 777, right? The path that we're talking about is right here. So it's on that evolutionary path directly. The Hebrew letter Lamed is a reference, a direct reference to that. And of course, we know about Geburah, the sword, literally called the burner of God, represents the condition of the spirit in action in the higher levels of form. And the subsequent descent into Tiphareth by this particular 22nd path is the establishment of the spirit as a unit of individuality, as a soul at these subsupernal levels, from which levels the further projection of a personality into earth is made. So it's continuing its descent down into this lower physical plane, and it has to go through that path. So this path is integral in compressing light into form. The highest path on the tree, the 11th path, represents the first coming forth of the spirit into manifestation and is assigned the letter Aleph, meaning an ox. The ox is one of the earthiest of the symbolic animals, and so we see that manifestation in earth is implicit in the spirit's purpose from the very beginning of things. So this ain't an accident. This was supposed to happen. Thus, the process of the spirit, active in Geburah, driving its own projection down to the relative stability of Tiphareth, is well symbolized under the form of an ox goad. The shape of the letter itself, suggestive of two yods, one above and one below, a lateral dividing line, suggests the Hermetic axiom, as above, so below, a reference to the aim of producing a personality which is a true reflection of the individuality. Just as the individuality should be a true reflection of the spirit. So, in a major way, this has been the design all along, that the lower self incarnated in the physical plane should be a reflection of the soul, and the soul should be a reflection of the spirit, and the spirit should also reflect the lower self. There should be unity, there should be harmony. That's what the unity is, harmony, because of course we're talking about different octaves. Just like on a piano, you got low C, middle C, high C. They're all C, but they're happening at a different octave. Just like this lower body, this soul and the spirit. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah. The symbol of the ox goad, like the symbols of Geburah, may evoke suggestions of punishment, but this is not strictly accurate. The drive to fulfill destiny or the need to work out karma are not in themselves punishments, though they may appear so to a deviated personality which insists on kicking against the pricks. In a similar way, it is by no means certain that the flail of Osiris is a weapon of chastisement. Perfect law and order should have no need of such recourse. Modern scholarship suggests that the flail was an instrument for flicking at bushes to obtain fragments of gum for incense. Thus, although man tends to make God in his own image, and this is usually well enough, though the converse is a more accurate statement, man has distorted his own image by his prime deviation. So we should not think God's works to be too close a reflection of man's works. Divine justice is a very different thing from human justice. And one can hardly visualize Christ functioning as governor or a wardener or a warder in Dartmoor or Alcatraz. In terms of human suffering, it would be interesting to know which caused the most in the history of mankind: criminality or the punishments for it inflicted by society. What do you think caused the most suffering in humanity? Criminals or the punishment inflicted by society? Wage the war on organized crime. Sneak attacks, rappel down the rocks behind the lines. Oh, that's a song when it comes on. I most certainly can't stand my seat. Megadeth, Holy Wars, and the Punishment Due. That is an extreme banger from the 80s. I love that song. 28. A truer approach to the potencies of this path might be gained by considering the Hebrew letter under its lesser known, somewhat apocryphal symbolism of a wing. For it is by the wings of faith that the soul can best achieve its destiny and escape from the shadow of karma. Faith emanates primarily from Bina and flows into Geburah via the 18th path, known as the intelligence of the house of influence. Bina is, of course, according to its Yeseratic text, the creator of faith. Now, see, it's been 5 hours. Did it feel like 5 hours? Tell me straight up. Did it feel like 5 hours? I was about to take my darn coffee break. Jeez Louise. And the parent of faith from which doth faith emanate. 29. So we have a link shown to us by the Yetziratic texts, which also describe the 22nd path as the faithful intelligence by which spiritual virtues are increased. And hey, I want to say thank you, special shout out to y'all, all of y'all that are here and still here. For what? For learning about the Kabbalah? I appreciate your time. I appreciate your energy. Rosa Flame says that one rips. Hell yeah, it does, man. Iconic. Have you seen the music video? So, all dwellers, yeah, and this part was kind of interesting in the Yesoretic text. All dwellers on earth are nearly under its shadow. I did want to know what that was all about. And we may well assume that by striving to become completely under the protection and shadow of the wings of faith, we shall attain to the realization that the divine justice of absolute balance is not a system of remorseless punishment, but our protection against cosmic darkness, spiritual wickedness in high places, and complete annihilation. Some people wish to employ me. Some people left to destroy me. Either way, they die. They die. I love that song so much. 30. As Jesus said, if ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, ye shall say unto this mountain, remove hence to yonder place, and it shall remove, and nothing shall be impossible unto you. Matthew 17, verse 20. This has particular relevance to the man made mountains of sin. Ah, it's a metaphor. Corruption and ignorance, which the astringent tests of this path serve to remove. Cool. Sam says Jesus was a nigger. Sam, I can't believe you said that. That is just so hateful and mean and terrible. And I can't believe you would say such a thing. I can't imagine that you would blaspheme the name of the Holy Spirit any worse. Surely you wouldn't do that. Show your pussy on live. I'll give you $1,000. I'll give you $1,000. Surely you wouldn't blaspheme the Holy Spirit, would you? I'd hate to have to see my eyes witness such a terrible, unforgivable crime. Should I not do that? Is that too serious, guys? Is that too serious, chat? All right, so we're wrapping it up here. We are wrapping it up here. Notes on the design of Trump 8. Justice. All right. I guess I like the justice card a little bit more. Now that I understand a bit more, makes a bit more sense. Let's keep going. Finally, this card is numbered 11 by the Golden Dawn. Waite, Case, and Crowley. The Marseilles version shows a conventional figure of justice with sword in right hand and scales on the left. A conventional shrub nearby shows it to be out of doors. No, I don't see no shrub. Okay, we're talking about the case version. The back of the throne could possibly be two pillars with a veil between. Oswald Wirth makes no change except that there is no indication that the scene is out of doors. And in fact, all later designs seem to indicate that it is indoors. Pappas says that she sits between the columns of a temple and mentions that her coronet is made of iron. He also sees a solar cross on her breast. Waite follows this in making the background definitely two large pillars with a veil between. He also makes her crown of three square castellations with a square jewel instead of a circular one in a round setting. Case is more traditional and makes the pillars and veil definitely part of the throne. Behind are heavy draperies. He also uses the old pattern for her headdress, but makes the indeterminate pattern on its top in the Marseille's version into 3 points. Worth did similarly, but added two thinner points between the main three. This does give the Geburah 5. Case also introduces a Tau cross symbolism into her neckpiece and makes the crown jewel a circle within a square. Knapp places an ornate throne carved with lion and sphinx at the top of the three steps. In this case, the back of the throne is not a veil, but the two pillars are accentuated. At the top of each one is a burning lamp. Manly P. Hall's symbol is an hourglass, and he has also pointed out that some figures have a braid of hair wound round the neck, which he thinks is indicative of a hangman's knot. This is so on the Marseille's card. The Egyptian justice is blindfolded and on a throne elevated on three stops. She has a headdress of lance heads as well as the usual Nemes and Uraeus, and is supported by a sphinx standing on a lion, a winged Isis behind her. Ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. Speaking of justice, Lady Justice, peace and greetings. You came just in time for us to wrap up our wonderful chapter all about this one. Ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. And a winged turtle overhead, like Super Mario. Above all is a strange device like a half sun on top of a lotus stalk, which may represent a canopy. In the Crowley Harris version, the card is called Adjustment and shows a masked woman poised on tiptoe before a throne, crowned with ma'at feathers and uraeus, and wearing a harlequin robe with diaphanous cloak. She holds a great sword pointed downwards, and from her headdress depend huge scales in which are bubbles of illusion. The throne behind her is made of four spheres and pyramids, the whole figure suggesting a diamond shape, and with balanced spheres of lightness and darkness about it. Interesting. Great stuff. Great stuff. All right. So, yeah, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I most certainly learned a thing or two about the soul tonight, and I'm definitely gonna be updating my database, or as ChatGPT says, memory updating. Ain't nothing wrong. Da-da-da-da-da. All night long. Yeah, yeah. And why's it gotta be all night long? Like what the hell were these people on in the 80s, man? You ain't gonna give them. All right, so that was the beginning of section 2, the greater mysteries. So we talked about the soul. Um, Real interesting to understand that the soul is indeed not perfect, which makes perfect sense, right? Because only Kether is perfect, right? So it makes sense. The soul still has a little bit of growing to do, a little bit of calibrating. We talked about the original sin and the fall being not so much about a damn apple in a garden with a talking snake, but everything to do with alignment or misalignment. Alignment or misalignment. Because if we've got these three aspects of self, right? The fall is most definitely the soul not being in sync with spirit, and the ego complex, the body mind complex, not being in sync with either the soul or the spirit. Because if the soul is out of sync, the body's going to be out of sync, the mind's going to be out of sync. So the fall is this original deviation from the pattern. This is all about data and all about patterns. Nothing to do with emotions, nothing to do with beliefs, nothing to do with opinions. We're talking about data and pattern and how pattern replicates itself. And remember the aspect of primordial wisdom, right? We talked about that primordial wisdom for all you dragon people. Uh-huh. See, look. Okay, but on the real, what is Kether? Come here talking about BBC and backshots. Now you want some of that real deal. You see how that worked? But the other interesting thing that we saw here in this chapter about the 20th path is we talked about that primordial wisdom, that cosmic wisdom. So the fact that oneness, unity, is attempting to replicate itself within incarnation. So we have to imagine that in the beginning, when unity is attempting to replicate itself in incarnation, it has no idea what it is, right? What is unity replicating? So that's where we get these first forms of existence, right? We get these blobs, we get these amoeba, we get these single-celled organisms, right? And after every round of existence as these entities, wisdom is gained, lessons are learned. And every time those soul sparks go back to their source, they have a little bit more data to go off of. This is what evolution is. Eventually, they're coming back as worms and bugs. Eventually, they're coming back as fish, right? Sharks and amphibians, alligators, right? Now we're crawling onto land, rodents and monkeys and all lizards and shit. And after the experience through these bodies, through these extensions, right? More data is gathered, and that improves the next species of incarnation, all the way to the point that we get human beings. And what's the primordial wisdom? Well, shit, we learned that eggs and sperm work. Let's keep that. We learned that teeth work to chew up food and to bite into flesh. So let's keep that. We learned that, digestive systems. When we were reptiles, we saw that the cloaca, one hole, that didn't work out so good. So now we're going to give them a couple of holes to deal with, right? So we got a different reproduction system, a different excretion system, but a lot of things that we have on autopilot in our machinery is due to the fact that previous models, right, just like cars and computers and phones, previous models have already tested and tried and figured out what works and what doesn't work. So all of that data and information is stored. This is what some people call the Akashic records. But anyway, all that data is accessible, and it's been repeated so much to the point that even reality is conformed to it. So you don't have to think about breathing, you don't have to think about blinking, you don't have to think about your heart pumping blood. That stuff's been happening for so long that it's integrated with reality itself. The body takes care of it on its own. Ain't that something? But anyways, Anyways, all that information is stored up here in the soul. Now, the soul expresses multiple incarnations, right? Multiple incarnations. So it's not just you and your soul. It's not your soul. You belong to your soul. Your soul has multiple incarnations out here. And each of those incarnations are doing their thing, expressing themselves, figuring out what works and what doesn't work. Now, what does work is assimilated into the database, Borg style. What doesn't work is kind of cast out. And what's evil is really kind of cast out to the side, right? For those incarnations that are serial killers or internet trolls, all that stuff is cast out to the side. But see, it's collected and it gathers and it congeals, clip off style. Now, one day the soul's going to have to face up to those things. It's going to have to observe them and find a way to integrate them. But until that day, they're all kind of meshing and molding together. So your serial killer incarnation and your scammer incarnation and your Karen incarnation, all that other stuff, that's all congealing, waiting for the day that you're mature enough to reintegrate it and reprocess it in such a way that it becomes useful and appropriate. Love it. Love it. All right. So if you got this text, I hope you did your highlighting. Like I said, we only remember like 10% of what we read. So find a way to implement this stuff into your daily life. All right. All right. Ba, all night long. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Black Duck says, "Do you think this would play a huge role in tarot reading?" Absolutely, man. Absolutely. I think that I think you could become an elite tarot reader once you understand Kabbalah. Honestly, because Kabbalah is based on the tarot. Excuse me. Tarot is based on the Kabbalah. So yeah, you'd become an elite tarot reader if you learn Kabbalah. For sure. Rose of Flame says, "I was thumbing through and saw a mention of tattvas later. Uh-oh. I love me some elementals, that's for sure." Hinder says, "Thank you for the enlightenment." My pleasure, my friend. Hopefully I'll be around to do some more. E-Town says, "So Kether is the sensei higher self that we report to after each lifetime." Um, no, that reporting to after each lifetime, that's happening in the Tiphareth area. But what he talked about in that last chapter was that lower self is being compared to the ultimate pattern, the absolute pattern of Kether. You're being weighed up against that, right? So that's what the judgment actually is. It's not you sitting in front of God and you scared to go to hell. The source, Kether, right? This crown, this most high, most high. It is pure. It is untainted, unconditioned. It is the wave of life, the wave of life, and for us to live harmonious lives, well, it's got to be harmonious to something. It's harmonious to that wave. So upon death, the lower self, the personality, the ego, the body is compared to that wave. And what fits is assimilated to the soul, it stays. So, hey, let's say that you found God through being an exceptional piano player. Let's say that you played piano and you tapped into piano, and that's the thing that really made you connect with the Most High. Well, because of that, that aspect of self is going to be kept. It's going to be recorded into the soul. So, hey, the next incarnation, you might naturally have talent at the piano, right? You might have a natural talent at the piano. The exact same way that your previous incarnations of all types had a heart that pumped blood, right? And manifested as either male or female or whatever. And the soul found that useful and appropriate. So it kept that programming and put it in the next incarnation. And that's what we're doing here. The best of us is kept. The worst of us is thrown off to the side to be faced later. To be faced by what? To be faced by the perfect you. Remember Cell from Dragon Ball Z? When that perfect cell, when that perfect soul is created, now you can go back and face that dweller on the threshold. Then, once your soul reaches perfection, the soul itself is weighed up against Kether. In other words, it now flows and vibrates in harmony with the absolute. It becomes a pure reflection. Pure reflection. Does that make sense? Let me know if that makes sense. You want to go full? What a question to ask somebody. I got 5 on it, so we can get more weed. I got 5 on it. Let's go half on a sack. Boop, 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 boop. Doot, 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 doot. I got 5 on it, so we can get more weed. That's unfathomable to people these days, huh? Y'all ain't trying to go 5 on it with nobody. Folks nowadays just want to bum for free. No, sir. Do you know who Sri Nisargadatta Maharaj is? I've seen his name, but I'm not familiar with his teachings. Let's go half on a sack. All right, guys. So I think that's it. My job is done. My task is complete for now. Hopefully, by the end of this, you guys will have a good, at least, familiarity with these paths, because you don't really see too much of this. You might see people briefly talk about Kabbalah, but it's rare to find actual good Kabbalah teacher. It's even more rare to find anybody teaching about the paths. So yeah, y'all are on this first wave, so to speak. And listen now, ChatGPT is not your source of information. You better double check. You better check behind, because she will make some shit up. You got to check behind that hoe for real. Every time. If you ask her a question, also look it up. But to take something and run with it is just lazy. Don't get it twisted now. She is a very, very useful program. But you got to navigate with some maturity. This ain't Google. And hell, even Google was tampered with. I'm saying that because I'm noticing more and more people are actually using it for sure, and they lazy what they copy and paste. And two, a lot of people are just using Chat GPT to learn. You got to be careful with that. You got to be careful with that. It's not going to replace actual study and practice. And if you don't believe what I'm saying, this is what I want you to do, especially for somebody like me that reads books. Upload one of them, but actually ask ChatGPT a question about a specific chapter in a book, and then upload that text and ask her that same question. You're gonna get 2 different answers. Now make sure that that's the chapter that you actually read. and just see how correct she gets it. That's all I'm saying. I done had her make some shit up on me a few times. Nah, bitch, run it back. Run it back because it says right here in this line for line, oh, you're right. I missed that. Da 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 da. So I'm telling you, you better check it. It works for sure. But books, I don't think that books are gonna go out of style and gonna go out of season. It's not gonna replace books. So at least for now, it's still important to study. At least from now. I love her to death, right? But just keep it real, just like you would be real about anybody else. Hey, we can't get married. Let's go half on the side. I think I missed a question, eh? What was that? Oh, I see. Okay, I only asked because my dad, who passed, had some books on his teachings. Something told me to reach out and grab them. Well, follow that. Follow that for sure. I mean, hell, it so far sounds like an excellent direction to be placing your attention. Please follow that. Promethean Aham Jyoti says, go from the brizzle to the shizzle and be a straight oh nizzle. Appreciate you joining us, Promethean Aham Jyoti. Appreciate you joining us. But no, I appreciate everybody being here tonight. Like I said, this is always fun for me. Hopefully you learned something. I learned something for sure. I got something to look up. Let's see, I gotta send something about Lemuria. Um, I gotta look up Gimel and the Night Side of Eden book. Jojo told me about Gigi Young and what she has to say about Lemuria. We also got the Thunder Perfect Mind. We'll look into that. The Thunder Perfect Mind and the Cathar Tarot. The Cathar Tarot. Let's go half on the side. Now, it's a way to do GPT now. It's just you got to kind of hold her hand. You have to train her right. You got to raise her up in the way that she should go. And as she gets older, she will not stray from the word. You have to teach GPT. You have to go that's the actual work. You have to build the GPT correctly. We go chapter by chapter. I make her read it. Tell me what it says in chapter 6. Paragraph 1, let's go. Da 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 da. Paragraph 3, let's go. Da 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 da. And in that way I can ensure that she's actually digesting the information, right? Witchcraft, because I remember you messaged me about the astrology thing. Well, that's the thing, Kristen. You have to actually upload the source data. So I have piles of ephemeris books. I have piles of books on astrology, right? I didn't get around to it yet, but I'm gonna make a project where I upload as many of those books as I can and have her go through chapter by chapter, tell me what it means with this particular aspect. What's this mean? What's this mean? And I'll ask her to do some sample readings for me or sample whatever translations, and I'm gonna double check. Hopefully we'll get it right. If not, we'll see. But the whole thing is you have to know as a human being first. Do-do-do, 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 do-do, do-do-do. Smoking on that and no weed. I got five on it. All right, y'all. So this has been good. This has been good. This has been great. I appreciate your time, each and every one of you. Each and every one of you. I call you my favorite people in the universe. Let's go have fun a sec. Rosa Flame says, thank you and hope you have a great rest of the weekend. Thank you. Hopefully I get some Fortnite in. But I got some serious matters to attend to. I myself am experiencing a little bit of a dark night of the soul. And boy, is it excruciating. But thankfully, I am mature. And Spirit says, Negro, with everything that you teach, you need to be trusting me a little bit more. And I'm like, yeah, you're right, you're right. But it hurts. Yeah, well, nobody said it'd be pretty, but it will be when it's finished. You heard me? Smoking in the Elisha Eternal says, when's the last time you cried? I don't remember. Almost last night, but I don't know, man. It's been a while. Not too long. Not too long. Probably back when I was drinking, but yeah, I don't remember. I'm not saying I don't or I haven't anytime recently, but it's been a while. I like to do some risky shit, man. I like to sometimes gamble with my depression. I'll put on that Radiohead playlist and sink as deep as I can go, just so I can kind of feel something human, but not often. Because, boy, that can be a slippery ass slope, you heard? But nah, I don't have time to do that right now. Promethean Ahamjyoti says, want to see a demon of the material clip off? Listen to Spin Me Right Round, Baby Right Round. It's all about physical depending on spiritual. Peace, my friends. Ah, man, how you going to do that to Dead or Alive? I love Dead or Alive, man. I've I know all of them albums verbatim. How you gonna do Pete Burns like that, man? That's wild. I get to know your name. And if I got to have my way now, baby. All I know is that to me. Anyways, we wrapping this up. We wrapping this up. See y'all next time. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you all. Peace.